Okay, Duvid, we are back. Week in review, live solo again without Church of Entropy, as the Sunday schedule was no longer available to her. So we'll see what happens moving forward with that. But as of now, week in review solo with Duvid. So I will be entertaining guests. So anyone who wants to pop on, I'll pin the link again. But I want to stay tuned with my research. So I had a pretty good week this week, pretty exciting week. Um, did quite a bit of research, new streaming venues, and I definitely have stuff to share. So we'll keep it going. And let me just make sure this is working. And I'll enter screen share. So I'm here at my desk as opposed to my library. Just easier for me. I'm going to be doing mostly screen sharing. So let's jump right in. So exciting week. My new streaming partner, Amy, allegedly AMSI in Portland, Oregon. Thanks to John Wolf for making the connection. So I met Amy on the John Wolf stream a few weeks ago. So, Duvid and John Wolf streamed together Mob Talk for a few months. You see it's still there in the streams. All these MobTube with Duvid. We did it every week, and God forbid the numbers dwindled. So, first one we got like over 100 views, so like 200 views, and then the numbers start slipping towards the end. And like John Wolf had some boomer tech, and he wasn't really promoting it in a way that the show was growing. So I moved on, and told John we'll keep in contact, and maybe we'll come back to it. But you kind of ran out all the material, and we had talked through almost everything we had to talk about, and so I didn't think it paid for a weekly show. And then I guess John got caught up in the Jen Bailey circles, which was a certain part of the internet. And all of a sudden I tuned into John's channel. He had like 100 people watching him. And, he had this new woman, Amy, and Jen Wolf. You could see her there. And, I popped in and met Jen Wolf and Amy. And then, God forbid, there was drama. And I guess, Jen Bailey is definitely a different genre a little than Duvid, is a little bit of a drama queen. And, interesting woman, popular woman, kind of upfront and abrasive, but each to their own. So, there's a lot of people who cover her every move and her exciting life. And, God forbid, currently now she is in prison. So, but her friend, former streaming partner, true crime streamer in Portland area from LA, Amy, allegedly AMSI, so she was friends with John. I met her through John, and a Jim, good to see you, Shalom. So then I appeared on Amy's channel with John talking about it, and so I've been on her channel quite a few times, and it was kind of these group panel discussions with John Wolf and Jen Bailey, and I was sharing, God forbid, some of my expertise in prison, like in dealing with helping people get out of prison, because Jen Bailey unfortunately found herself in prison, and we did pretty well together. So you got quite a few views, and so she asked me if I wanted to try streaming together. So I said, yeah, sure. And I came up with the topic, the dangers of the online personality, and I prepared a PowerPoint. So I'll show that tonight. It was a pretty good program. And okay, Paul. Sorry about that, Paul. It's just the JM. You makes me think Jim. But yeah, Paul, God bless. So I prepared a PowerPoint, and we went over on the program and like an hour and talked through it. And then John Wolf came on, and we had some guests. It went on for like 5 hours. But the first hour is this PowerPoint presentation. I will briefly go over that again tonight, and I have more advancements in my slides for the possible evolution debate maybe coming up on Wednesday. So unfortunately, Joanna is not 100% whether she's going to be able to do it on Wednesday, but I finished my slides for the evolution debate on Wednesday. If it gets postponed, it'll be postponed. You can check my social media. But so hopefully tonight we're going to go over these slides. And so the link is in the chat. So if anyone wants to hop on, if Paul gathers some courage and join the stream. So interesting karma today. My new friend Michael, who reached out to me and has recently converted to Judaism in Sterling Heights, and has been watching my content. And he actually says, ironically, found me through Adam Green. He had been involved in, I guess, conspiracy theories, just interested in this stuff. And, he saw me debating on Adam Green and migrated to my channel and became more and more interested in Judaism. He's converted, and he reached out, and, we got together last week, and he's a streamer. He's got a podcast. So, he wanted to interview me, and I was like, well, let's stream. And so he came over, and he's really interested in learning Hebrew and more about Judaism. So I was like, let's just do an introduction to the Jewish prayer book. So he came to my house, and he actually was on Luke Ford today. So if you check Luke Ford's Twitter, he was on Luke Ford earlier today. We'll see if Luke posts that. And today on my channel did kind of not an Ask the Rabbi, but an informative stream on just the daily prayers. And we went over the morning prayers and like the Hebrew, and it was kind of like a Hebrew lesson and a little bit of the meaning and a little bit of insight, but it was mostly kind of just like a Hebrew lesson. But he was really interested in learning the Hebrew. And I thought, it'd be good because a lot of people, ask me about that occasionally, or introduction to Judaism, how to say the prayers. So we just put it out there. And so like I have Dishan, and me and Dishan might do another stream soon also. So, he's been pretty busy, but, so I might add another local streaming partner on Jewish topics. So hopefully, that will go well. So people can check that out if they want. That's why Week in Review is late today, because I was on streaming, and then I had Greek salad to eat. So I just ate it after that stream, which ended. And that's why I'm an hour later than usual. Norvin reached out and wanted to do a talk about this article. Eric Kaufman, the author of White Shift, had the article in Tablet Magazine about intercompetition between Jews and Asian in universities, Republican, Democrat, Statista. We talked about that, and it's a topic I've mentioned quite a bit. And so to say, like competition, international competition, economically, academically, and specifically the decline of Jewish achievement in the United States and the rise of Asian achievement and direct competitive levels like at elite universities. And so we looked at the Eric Kaufman's Tablet Magazine, and then an article on a similar subject by Ron Unz. So that's Norvin. It was on YouTube, but he took it down and put it up on his new Odyssey channel, Blood Sports Debate. So we'll see if there's any debates. So Norvin's still out there, and reached out to have me on a show. So I obliged, and it was an interesting topic. Also this week, IRL streams the Society of Automotive Engineers, and like a little ramble. You see some fancy cars, the newest in electric and driverless vehicles. It was actually kind of slow, kind of boring. It was interesting. A lot of Koreans, they had some classic cars on display. Some thoughts about Tesla. I think internal competition between Tesla and the other automobile manufacturers might be taking their toll, in the sense that most of the major companies the big three and the government participate through the Society of Automotive Engineers. I think Tesla is not participatory, and they're probably advancing, and it's probably weakened the power of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the value of membership, or the conference. But there's some interesting thing. I picked up some reading material of the latest in the driverless vehicle technology, battery technology, various things. I think the Biden administration's most recent plans want to largely have the majority of vehicles being sold to be electric by 2032. So within 10 years, the majority to, even over 90%, they're hoping, of new cars will be electrical. And generally the phase out that they hope by 2050, that gas vehicles will largely be completely phased out, that you basically won't be able to find any gas vehicles anymore by 2050. And by 2032, that already the almost all new car sales will hopefully be electric. So people check that out. This was a little interesting in Wendover Productions. I watch quite a few channels regularly, weekly, that come out with different things. Here I see the practical engineering, the East Palestine train derailment. So I don't think I watched this one yet. So I'll probably check this out. So there's a few different channels that put out like informative videos each week that I tend to watch. So Wendover, Veritasium, Caspian Report, Its History, Ageometry, that have pretty good, interesting, informative videos that, as I tend to watch weekly. So they had something out, corporate consolidation is killing ski towns. So if anyone's familiar with Vail, Colorado, is owned by a corporate conglomerate, and it wasn't really populated. There had been some mining there, but it was set up by a corporation. And the nature of corporate control of the ski centers is that it jacks up prices. It becomes conducive to people buying luxury homes, even though they're only there a few times of the year, and having everything very expensive, too expensive for anybody to practically live there, that the people who work there can't afford even to live there. And so even the people who work in Vail, hardly could afford to do it, and you have to do it for the love of skiing and various things. And it's expanded because the Vail corporation doesn't just own Vail, they own multiple ski slopes and resort towns, and they have like certain passes. It's changing the nature of, so to say, there's no such thing as the ski town now. There's no one actually lives in ski towns. They're all corporately owned, controlled resorts where wealthy people have very expensive houses that sit empty most of the time, and the people who work there basically have to travel in the economics of it. So it was a little bit interesting. Paul Hoyningen. So I watched through his videos on the philosophy of science and also on the philosophy of economics. So, these were interesting. Here's random, the New York Times, Taylor Swift sweatshirts. So the Taylor Swift tour is, going through high demand, really money making. And it's interesting because Taylor Swift largely gets really positive media coverage. And, I know I said it's like the good cop, bad cop between Ticketmaster, where Ticketmaster, part of the value proposition is to take the bad publicity. So the reason why tickets are so expensive and the merchandise is so expensive is largely because Taylor Swift, she's the one who's making the money off of it. She's going to be a billionaire soon if she's not already a billionaire, and she wants to make as much money as possible off of her tour. So the Ticketmaster kind of plays the bad guy to jack up the prices, even though it's really Taylor Swift who is jacking up the prices. And the media is almost all positive. So if you look at all the mainstream news sources, they kind of paint out like Taylor Swift is like a hero, and just kind of all these high prices being surrounded, not her fault, but the fault of like greedy capitalism and these other corporations. And it's probably going to have something to do with like democratic politics. I wouldn't be surprised if she becomes a heavy player in supporting Democratic candidates in various culture issues. So it's the question, why is the media propping up Taylor Swift? Why is the media giving her a pass as opposed to blaming Ticketmaster? And could also be corporate control, that her corporate partners make some of the money off of her tour. So just thought that was interesting. Here, the latest Pew survey on name recognition. So Netanyahu's name recognitions went way down, and your popularity. So like news, people who follow world affairs, positive ratings. So the most positive rated person in the world in America is Zelensky, with over half of people with a favorable view of Zelensky. But even Zelensky has quite a few detractors, never heard of. So 40% of Americans have never even heard of Narendra Modi. 36% never heard of Chancellor Scholz of Germany. 26% of Americans have never heard of Netanyahu. And the negative, so Netanyahu has more detractors than fans. So it's a little bit interesting. Then you could see the Democrat, Republican. So whether they have a positive or confident view, Democrats overwhelmingly have confidence in Zelensky. Republicans, relatively 44% of Republicans have confidence in Zelensky, but it's almost a 30-point differential. And if you look at Netanyahu, only 49% of Republicans have confidence in Netanyahu, while 17% of Democrats have confidence in Netanyahu. And by age group, if you look at Netanyahu, Netanyahu is much less popular among educated people, among postgraduates. You can see, the level of very hadn't heard of. So it's interesting. Netanyahu is basically equal of the people who like him, versus, and the difference between the more educated people is that they've heard of him. And of the very educated people, there's a significant higher amount of people that dislike Netanyahu. And the age differentials are, although older people are much more likely to have heard of Netanyahu, half of people under 29 haven't even heard of Netanyahu, and Netanyahu has considerably higher disfavorable approval among younger people. And then you can see the age differential for never heard of younger people. Almost 60% of younger people never even heard of Narendra Modi. As we're Putin, one of the most well-known. So here, this was an interesting documentary, Trash Theory. I've never seen this channel, but they're talking about the second British invasion, and specifically the Eurythmics and Sweet Dreams. And I remember that song. I think I even covered it on Week in Review a few times. It was interesting, maybe in relation to the cows and the Hare Krishna mantra, that I think the Eurythmics were peripheral to Hinduism and ISKCON, the Hare Krishna movement. But I was looking into the song. So this documentary that was mentioning the Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams, was one of the first mega popular MTV videos. The MTV was struggling, and the Eurythmics Sweet Dreams video was one of the first major hits on MTV. and part of what they call the second British invasion. And that has like Def Leppard or the 80s, and the rock bands, and Annie Lennox, kind of like androgynous or like gender dysphoria, like ahead of her time in the mid early 80s. Yeah, Fluent, good to see you. I don't know if they're scary just to think about, like, the current state of ignorance. And I don't know, if Netanyahu, people should be approving of Netanyahu. I'm not necessarily like a big Netanyahu fan, although, Netanyahu was very caught up with the Rebbe and the Lubavitch, and important in certain aspects and favorable to the Haredim. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, I think, maybe, even I would even maybe even favor Haredi leadership in Israel. But some just something to think about, and it could be like the national levels of ignorance or media control, and thinking like Zelensky, like being so popular that if it's media bias, that is Zelensky so popular because he's really that good, or is it like Taylor Swift, where for whatever reason Taylor Swift gets extremely good media publicity, that Zelensky's gotten extremely good media publicity, versus Netanyahu. Historically, I saw Netanyahu was actually on CNN this week and like the other news channels, but Netanyahu for a while got much more favorable coverage, and with Donald Trump and various things, the coverage has gotten less popular. But so the Eurythmics, I remember the first time I heard this song on actually like a car trip to Portland, Oregon in 1987, although I think the song comes from 1983. But the first time I remember very clearly, like 1987, hearing the song for the first time, and I was a young kid, but I still was like, it was a good song. And like I remember the first time I heard Falco's "Rock Me Amadeus," but the first time I heard this song, I liked it, and it could be somewhat degenerate. And there were a few interesting things that I was looking at that made this Eurythmics song popular, interesting. One was, so on Rolling Stones, it's listed as the 356 greatest song of all time. And so Sweet Dreams Are Made of This is one of the most popular songs ever. Marilyn Manson did the cover of the song, and that was Marilyn Manson's most popular song by far. And it's one of the most covered of all songs. And it was interesting that they actually took out loans. Like their career wasn't going that well, and they tried like a new technology. So Sweet Dreams was one of the first songs that ever used synthesized drum beat, a special machine at the time in 1983 that used like synthesized drum beat. And I mentioned like Walk Like an Egyptian also used a synthesized drum beat, but I think that's Walk Like an Egyptian's 1986. So 1983, Sweet Dreams is one of the first popular songs that used a synthesized drum beat. And also it was like on the one. So like the tonic is usually on the 4, or the last beat. So the Sweet Dreams, the tonic is on the first beat. And it was kind of like a depressive song, like that they couldn't get any record deal. The lyrics, some people you want to be used by, some people want to use you, some people want to be used by you, some people want to abuse you, some people want to be abused by you. That later people thought, God forbid, could have could be like dominatrix BDSM, but was later just the nature of working with the record company, and that they actually took out loans to put out this music. So it was like a do or die. They weren't really making it in the music business. I guess she had worked together with like David Bowie. They were a little bit known in the British scene, and it's called like the second British invasion of America, from like the Beatles in the late 60s to the 80s, where you have like Def Leppard and the Sex Pistols, or various second wave of the British invasion, the MTV generation. And so the lyrics were kind of like depressive, and then they added in that second part, "Hold your head up, moving on," like that. Maybe they're going to make it, and then it turns out to be one of the most famous songs ever made, and one of the most copied songs performed by other people, and across the genre. That it's like synth pop, but like old people, popular across genres. So I thought it was interesting. So get a tiny bit of singing here. It's in C minor. It's a very simple song to sing. It's repetitive. It doesn't even have a chorus, so it's just the same tune repeated again and again. It could be, it had like two synthesizers in the mechanical drum beat. Sweet dreams are made of bliss. Who am I to disagree? I travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. So it's actually a pretty catchy song. Even now, 40 years later, it's a very popular song. You hear it, like in the supermarket. And yeah, Oswald was mentioning that Annie Lennox was like peripheral to like the Hare Krishna movement, and that was one of the first. Like MTV was like going bankrupt, and MTV in like 1983 had just started and it wasn't really making it well. And the Eurythmics, like they took a loan out, like they were in the music business, just wasn't going well. And Amy, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it was just an interesting song. So thinking that 1983, that was one of the first videos, popular MTV videos, and the Eurythmics "Sweet Dreams" kind of saved MTV. Like I was looking, some people said if it wasn't for the Eurythmics 1983 video, "Sweet Dreams," that MTV might have went out of business. And if anyone was alive in like the early 80s, like "Sweet Dreams" was like one of the most played videos on MTV. I mentioned I did that that song "Somebody's Watching Me" that had Michael Jackson in the chorus. Oh, I always feel like somebody's watching me. So that was even before early 80s. Thriller is the same year. So the Eurythmics Sweet Dreams comes out before Thriller, and may even be comparable with Thriller in terms of MTV. I mean, Michael Jackson in Thriller may not have even been a bigger song than Sweet Dreams, and in like the video reception on MTV. And like, yeah, Marilyn Manson's already like 15 years later and turns it into like a horror song. I was looking at that Marilyn Manson's Sweet Dreams. The video is like a horror movie, and then they tried to like ban it, and it was scary, or whatever. And the nature of the gender dysphoria. So, Annie Lennox as a woman being like androgynous, dressing in a suit, and it was actually like controversial because they thought that Annie Lennox, she had to like prove that she was a female. They thought that maybe it was like a man that was like androgynous, and really it was a woman dressing like a male. To 15 years later, when Marilyn Manson covers it, where you have like a man, and Marilyn Manson actually worked together with David Bowie before coming to America. So I thought that was a little bit interesting. You're welcome to pop on if you want to chat, Amy. So that's my basic week in review. I had a few things to talk about in terms of scholarly research. I wanted to talk about the history of microbiology, and I think last week I talked about biological theology, and I didn't mean to put that in the chat again. It's actually reductionism in biology I wanted to talk about this week. and the origins of microbiology in terms of preparation for my evolution debate. So let me go over real quick these slides. So we got Amy, if she's in the chat. So my new friend Amy that I met through John Wolfe. And so we streamed together this week, and she asked me for a topic. So I was like, yeah, I'm kind of an intellectual, and I decided to put together some slides. So I'm glad I did it. Like, it was a good intellectual exercise, and did a little research. So I shared the link to the stream on Amy's channel already, if people want to see that. But let me go over these slides again, because they're pretty interesting. I'm proud of myself that I put the work together. So here's Jen Wolfe, the person, kind of this drama queen, famous personality that thousands of people are following her. Amy's been friends with her for years, and reporting on her content, but also God forbid she could have the dangers of the online personality and the way people treat people online. Here's John Wolfe doing mob talk with Duvid. So I remember when I first debated JF, he put together like these slides that were pretty interesting. And the title screen. So I decided to start making these like title streams, for the clip for videos. So I put this together, just some interesting things. So this I heard about on Luke Ford. So this book, Virtually You, The Dangerous Powers of the E-Personality by Elias Abujad. So I actually bought this book and read it. Luke Ford covered it. So I added Luke Ford. Actually, the guy Michael, who I just met, was on Luke Ford earlier today, converting to Judaism. Is interesting. So I let him borrow Luke Ford's book, and John Wolfe from MobTube, and some random psychology. So I wanted to have some I don't know if you're just joking, Oswald. Teleology is purpose, and usually refers to purpose in biology. Like the form and function in biological organs. If you talk like the purpose of the heart, and like vitalism, and I'll talk more about it. I talked about it last week, so not related to television, although maybe there's some, probably you could joke, maybe there's some Greek etymology similarity between tele and teleo. So yeah, we covered these slides on Amy's channel. If anyone wants to check that out, just go through them quickly, because I have more research, and want to eventually write my article on theories of self. And I've done a lot of research, and so I covered the theory of narrative identity and role theory. So that was interesting, and these are topics I plan on going more into detail in the near future. So I made a table of contents. I also did on Week in Review the Logical song. It's a great song. So the thinking theories of self. When I was young, it seemed that life was so wonderful, a miracle. It was beautiful, magical. And then the birds in the trees, they be singing so happily, joyfully, playfully, watching me. And then they sent me away to a place where I could learn to be sensible, logical. I forgot all the words, but the chorus there. There are times when all the world's asleep, the questions run too deep for such a simple mind. Won't you please, please tell me who I am? So Michael Hodges of Supertramp, they're still around. They're still touring. Michael Hodges is still around touring in Supertramp. Supertramp, the Logical song, Breakfast in America, 1979. Great song. a great album, Child of Vision, Goodbye Stranger. But in relation to self-identity formation, the Logical Song is about, identity formation. Then they sent me away to a place where they showed me a world where I could be so dependable, sensible. Watch what you say. Are they calling you a radical, liberal, fanatical, criminal? So I included that in here, and the Milgram shock experience. We didn't talk about that, but that's pretty cool. So I just included this. Luke Ford was covering Merve Emra, and so I bought this book, The Personality Brokers: The Strange History of the Myers-Briggs and the Birth of Personality Testing. Myers-Briggs is a mother-daughter duo team, and Myers, actually, her husband worked on was one of the head people on the development of the nuclear bomb. The name slipping me, the whatever experiment in LA with Oppenheimer, where they developed the nuclear bomb. So Myers, from the Myers-Briggs husband, worked on the nuclear bomb. And so, some William James important concepts. I have my article, the self, continuity of mind, the continuity problem, the difference between the I and the me, the material, social self, spiritual self. Peter, everyone basically now agrees that the big 5 personality types is more useful, more scientific, more empirical than the Myers-Briggs. But the Myers-Briggs came first, and the Myers-Briggs was formulated. It's actually the most popular personalities test. So even though the big 5 is more recognized as being accurate, that the Myers-Briggs is actually more canonized and given to more people. So just giving some background for what we're talking, and what James, Freud, Maslow, always good stuff. Myers-Briggs, the big 5 personality type. So this was just for the intro, to give a little bit of, Amy studied psychology, and some of the people there that had a little background in psychology, but just to put out there some of the basic theories on personality. So it's the big stuff: James, Freud, Maslow, Myers-Briggs, the big 5 personality type. So, hey, Seraphim, good to see you. Yeah, me and Oswald are both INTPs. We've discussed that before. Duvid is also an INTP. So this was more interesting, and this is we talk at length about this, and it was pretty interesting. And in the future, I want to write another essay and talk more about this. So there's narrative identity theory and role theory of identity, and they're very interesting. I want to write about it. Did a lot of research. I didn't end up doing my second essay on identity. I've also been doing a lot of research on the cognitive revolution, and I included a little bit of the cognitive revolution in my first essay on self, but there's more to it. I'm reading some books right now on it, so I'll probably return to it. So Seraphim, getting engaged, good for you. Like I said, not Grace Thorpe. So Seraphim, I don't assume you mean Grace Thorpe. So, but if you found another woman, congratulations on that. So, just a little scholarship, narrative identity. I showed this chart on Week in Review. It might be a little too small to see. Individuals form an identity by integrating their life experience into an internalized, evolving story that provides one with a sense of unity and purpose in life. Narrative integrates one's reconstructed past, perceived present, and imagined future. Narrative is a story, has characters, episodes, imagery, settings, plots, and themes. Identity formation, Erickson's stages of psychosocial development, of identity crisis and resolution, integration of physical self, personality, potential roles, and occupation. Each stage has its own crisis and resolution. Autobiographical memory and storytelling, that self-created narrative one believes about self and expresses to other. that part of the narrative identity forms from how we express ourselves and tell stories. That well, who am I? And I'm made by certain major events in my life, and what makes them major, because those are what I tell other people. I said spiritually, so cognitive dissonance, narrative identity, understood by others, friends, family, employment, detractors. Question like spirituality: is there an objective life narrative? So I have a lot more research to go more in depth into narrative identity. So thanks, Amy, for bringing me on. We discussed this quite a bit, but I actually have more straight theoretical psychology and research that I plan on putting forth, time willing, in the near future. Another essay and topic. Well, congratulations, Ruffin. Good, glad to hear that. God bless. Good luck with that. Amy, who I'm actually streaming with, is in Portland. I don't know if you're also in Oregon or the West Coast somewhere out there, but Duvid now is streaming on the West Coast again. It was on Luke Ford, and is she going to join you on the farm? So if you got someone to join you on the farm with that, God bless. So stay tuned for possibly some more stuff on narrative identity. Another important thing, role theory of identity. And so we went over this on the slides, but just saying that this would go into the hard problem of consciousness, and even things like active inference and various issues. So these are kind of basic psychological theories. I think Amy, who I streamed with last night, is in Portland. But yeah, good luck on the farm there. You're probably better off there. And so we talked at length about the dangers of internet personality. Internet personality, the role can be similar or opposite real life personality. Possibility to reinvent oneself, make more interesting, even completely change identity, not consistent with narrative identity. Once new identity is created, hard to go back to reality. Anonymity has potential to bring out the worst in us. Abandon common courtesy, believe actions do not matter and cannot be traced back to us. No consequence, fantasy world. Hard to understand context, read body language, facial expression. Use false information, identity based on lies, hide details of personal life. Echo chamber, narrowcasting of those who believe the lies. Toxic behavior, positive feedback for negative behavior. Online bullying, hate watching, false bonds based on otherizing. Yeah, so Seraphim Goose, because he has a goose farm. So we met through streaming in different circles. So he's out there in central Portland, and he's got an interesting channel, and he streams his farm and his geese. So there's pretty cool his geese, but he pops in. He's got some political thought also. So yeah, people could check that stream out with Amy and made those slides. So last week I showed my preparation for the evolution conversation debate, and which hopefully is going to be Wednesday at 4 p.m. Although, and Joanna was actually in the chat on Amy's last night. Interesting woman, chess player, chess streamer. I had her on my channel for a chess stream. So you could see Joanna on my channel where we talked about crazy horse chess. But she is a biochemist and a strong believer in evolution. So we've argued a little bit about evolution, and when Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate last week arguing evolution, Joanna was in the chat, and she wants to get into the ring and start debating also. So I said she could come onto my channel and we would debate evolution on my channel. It might be more like a friendly conversation. But I put together like a presentation, a slideshow. So last week I had just the first slides, and I went over them, and I completed the rest of the slides. I'll probably edit them a little bit more, and you get some graphics. So is evolution a proper scientific theory? The problem of chemistry, atomic material acting together as a unit. Problem of biology, teleology, from where does function derive? Problem of evolution, not a proper scientific theory, unfalsifiable. The hard problem of consciousness, can biology account for consciousness? General problems of evolution, abiogenesis, probability information theory, irreducible complexity, entropy, and the origins of ethics, morality, problems of evil and suffering, nihilism. So I gave these slides to Joanna beforehand so she would see, the type topics I wanted to talk about. I recommended to her to make some slides in a presentation. So hopefully that's going to go forward, although tentatively it's for Wednesday at 4 p.m., but we'll see. So I'll post that, and if it gets delayed, I'll update that. So scientific, I went over these last week, the first half, but I'll go over them again, and I have some more articles and thought on this. That's the main topic of Week in Review if no one hops on. Scientific method, theories, and models. Science arises from physics, Galileo, Descartes, and Newton. Mathematical descriptions of universal laws. So we talked at length on Week in Review about these topics and what is a proper scientific theory. So you have mechanics of masses acting in space over time. Law of science makes exact predictions through equations like Newton's law of force equals mass times acceleration. Science was unified in the late 19th century through conservation of energy, well-defined formulas of differential equations calculus. Last week, I read these long articles about the history of the conservation of energy. If anyone check that out, I thought that was pretty interesting. Repeatable testable experiments that make exact predictions based on equations that can be independently tested and verified. Relations between advances in science, engineering, and technology. Physics is the only pure science with proper theories, mathematical descriptions of universal laws. The problem of chemistry, reduction to physics. So chemistry as a proper science in many ways has to be reducible to physics. Creation of physics had problem defining independent objects acting within empty space over time. So currently still physics has problem in defining discrete masses with like Descartes' understanding of extension, or even modern Einsteinian continuum of space-time, and various modern questions of do the basic assumptions of physics of masses acting in empty space over time still apply. But chemistry is very difficult to define independent objects. Despite the philosophical difficulties with defining objects, forces acting at distances, empty space, and time, mechanical physics was successful providing predictive equations and relationships between observable and measurable phenomena. Chemistry, atomic structures acting within law of averages, macrostructures, molecules operate beyond the scope of the law of physics, only within statistical probability. So for pure physics, you could reduce it to differential equations, predictive to large extent, like engineering, as opposed to chemistry, where you have statistical average. Although chemistry provides models and laws that make predictions within mathematical formulas, objects are not precise, but fluid, changing only within statistical laws of averages. So say, well, what exactly is the molecule, the element? And he's saying, well, it can't clearly be defined. It can only be defined within statistical averages. We think like activation energy. If chemistry is reduced to physical formulas, like PV equals nRT, activation energy, something that would be within the basis of science, which today is largely the conservation of energy. So even chemistry is hard to call as strong of a science as physics. Biology is even more problematic because biology is operating with chemical structures. So the biggest problem with biology is teleology, function and purpose in biological structures. And so, here you have the systems, the nervous system, immune system, digestive system, cardiovascular system, the skin system, respiratory system, endocrine system, reproductive system, excretory system, musculoskeletal system, and all these have clear functions. But Greek biology originates as dualistic system with non-physical essence providing the purpose vitalism. So saying that biological organs clearly have a purpose, and it was believed, like, within the Judaism, like the ruach, the spirit, the psyche, that there's some sort of vitalistic spirit that causes organs to function and serve a purpose. So materialistic biology has a hard time defining where these purpose comes from. So biology operates with structures and substructures, each with a specific function, purpose, theology towards larger organism. So you have the problem of whole parts, organs, origin of function, units operating together with a common purpose. So if you think like a cell, you have a single cell unit which has multiple parts that each have function towards the working of a single cell. And that is hard to define. So we talked about, the philosophy of science and like the pragmatic view versus the semantic view, where scientific theories have like collections of stories, sentences, laws, logical formulas, that biology does not operate on purely formulas. And like where you have a cell and different organs and they're trying to serve different functions that cannot necessarily be scientifically derived. Like you can't reduce function of a cell from chemistry to physics. Possibly like a biochemistry, you could reduce biology to a chemical formula and you could reduce the chemical formula to physical laws. But then where does the function emerge from? So scientific biology, metabolism, biochemistry conform to conservation of energy. Many things like the Krebs cycle, photosynthesis, calories, metabolism, various forms. I'm going to talk about more and read some articles. Are within the basic law of the conservation of energy. But how does form determine function, emergence? So generally, most biologists, like T-Jump, you argue that somehow function emerges from form, but there's no mechanism. And so that's, Jennifer's terminology, metaphysical parsimony, emergence, or dualism. So if you have this unexplained, which is similar to consciousness. So, the solution of genetics, unity of purpose contained within genetic code, information theory. So even the concept of genes having information and code, so to say the purpose is contained within the information in the genes. So if the genetic code of a cell codes for all of the proteins that make up the cell and the commonality of all the various parts of a cell or cells with a human body are the genetics, and the genetics are the same, and then you're going to propose that the genes have some sort of information, and that information is able to code function. But there's a problem of emergence, and it's similar to the hard problem of consciousness, and not even like conscious. Are you saying cells are conscious? And so there's different theories within biology. One is to say that function is a misnomer, that when we refer to biological organs, like the purpose of the heart is to pump blood, that the heart doesn't have a purpose, because purpose is a remnant of dualistic, vitalistic thinking. And that, the heart is a result of random mutations or genetic natural selection properties, and it's a misnomer to say it has a function. So it's a big question. That's the problem of biology in general, this question of theology and the emergence of function from form. And so, as Jennifer would say, metaphysical parsimony. What's the difference between saying that there's some vitalistic non-material spirit that causes the function to arise within the form, or to say that materialistically there's some method for function to emerge from form? So it's an interesting topic, and I'm going to go more in depth into that today. I'm going to read some articles on that. So the problems of evolution, the Mott and Bailey fallacy, natural selection, evolution. Evolution is a vague umbrella term which includes natural selection, genetics, inheritance, speciation, so on and so on, which are within general scientific biology as predictive and explanatory models, but not mathematical or precise as physics, and suffer problems of chemistry and biology and more. So within the general rubric of biological science, like natural selection, genetics, inheritance, speciation, this overall theory of evolution is all of these things put together. Evolution is larger cosmology, universal explanation to origins and purpose of life, an explanatory theological framework with elements of scientific biology, but as a whole, it is not a predictive scientific model, but explanatory metaphysics. So Thomas Kuhn's structure of scientific revolutions. Evolution is the current paradigm for medicine and biology. Evolution serves a purpose to insert theology into biology. They're saying that the big advantage for evolution is this explanation for theology, that theology doesn't arrive from a vitalistic spirit, but theology arises from this process of evolution. And that's, Francis Crick in The Central Dogma of DNA to RNA to Proteins. I don't follow enough the criticisms of evolution, so I don't know who the best critic of evolution today is. It's not something that I focus on. Like, I don't listen. Like, I happen to be a critic of evolution. However, I don't spend a lot of time listening to criticism of evolution. But because really it's just like a debate. I don't particularly buy it. It doesn't really matter that I don't buy it. And Dennis Dale is also in Portland. So Dennis Dale used to do like live streams of like the Antifa, like Proud Boys riots and stuff like that. And he was a friend with Luke Ford, streamed together, and he's worked together with a bunch of different people. I've spoken with Dennis Dale many times. I've been in his program. Interesting character. Some of his best material is his video coverage of like the various like Antifa riots and stuff that happened in the streets of Portland. We were actually talking last night about the encampments in Portland, and so streaming with Amy last night, like there's like police cars and she could hear like noises and stuff, like because there's like encampments like around the block from her. So I guess I don't know Portland well enough to know. I was actually in Portland, Oregon, where I mentioned Sweet Dreams. When I first heard the song in 1987, I drove out with a chess coach to Portland, Oregon for a chess tournament. So 1987, I was in Portland, Oregon in the summer for a chess tournament. And on the drive there, that's the first time I heard the Eurythmics song Sweet Dreams. But that was the only time I was in Portland. So I don't know where Dennis Dale lives, but he also is like right outside of his door. There's like homeless people and Antifa. And so he's got an interesting channel. Oswald is a mod on my channel. So if you want to share his link to his channel, you could put it in the chat so Amy could see Dennis Dale's channel, some interesting stuff. So I added the rest of the slides. The first ones I'd covered in last week. So the hard problem of consciousness, David Chalmers, 1995, facing up to the problem of consciousness. There you have Hamroff and Penrose, and one of their Science of Consciousness conferences, they put their faces on the Beatles' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. And, so they're interesting characters. David Chalmers is also an amateur musician, so they usually have like a concert at the end, and David Chalmers sings. But David Chalmers was involved with Hamroff from the very first Science of Consciousness conference. In his book, 1995, Facing Up to the Problem of Consciousness, even when he explained the performance of all cognitive and behavioral functions in the vicinity of experience, perceptual discrimination, categorization, internal access, verbal reports, there still remain a further unanswered question: why is the performance of these functions accompanied by experience? And it calls the easy problems, explaining the physical system that give humans and other animals the ability to discriminate, integrate information. So the hard problem of consciousness mirrors the general theory, problem of theology in general, of how does function derive from form. But consciousness is something even more of this experience. What does it mean that somehow emerges from me, this I, the self that controls the body, that is this body, as the hard problem of consciousness? There's no working model for consciousness despite decades of research. So from a materialistic evolutionary perspective, where does consciousness come from? And so there's theories, but there's no actual model of consciousness. No evolutionary explanation for phenomenon that has no material explanation. So if there's no material model of consciousness, how can you have an evolutionary explanation? And then it called reverse anthropomorphism, better understand computer intelligence than human intelligence. That I'm a pretty good chess player. Yeah, I mean, so David Chalmers, unless he's I mean, it's pretty likely I would beat him at chess, although I'm not sure if I'm like 2,000 rated. I'm not sure, I could look that up, but very few famous people are over 2,000 rated at chess. It's possible Peter Thiel would beat Duvet at chess. So ironically, I was mentioning Portland, Oregon in 1987 when I went to the US Open. So I'm pretty sure that I don't know if I met, but Peter Thiel was also at the chess tournament in 1987 in Portland, Oregon. But like Peter Thiel is one of the people that would beat Duvet at chess. He's actually a better chess player than me. I think I'm better than Elon Musk. I'm better than Andrew Tate. So most of the celebrities who play chess are, not competitive, to say like a 2,000 rating. Peter Thiel is an exception. Peter Thiel is a chess master, reasonably better than Duvet. So reverse anthropomorphism, better understand computer intelligence than human intelligence, that because we are so successful at programming computers to do intelligent functions, that we assume human intelligence works something like computer intelligence, even though there's limited evidence for the human brain functioning like a computer. And there's another term called the explanatory gap, difficulty that physicalist philosophies have in explaining how physical properties give rise to the way things feel subjectively when they are experienced. Even if consciousness is physical, it is not clear which physical states correspond with conscious states. So, a little bit of bring up the hard problem of consciousness relate to evolution. And here are some general, like Oswald, most of the people who argue against evolution talk about these main points. And I didn't even mention like the fossil evidence or dating or various things. So more like meta scientific questions than questions like the fossil record. So abiogenesis, life comes from life despite over 100 years of searching. No example of life arising from non-life. Irreducible complexity, biological systems with multiple interacting parts would not function if one of the parts were removed, so could not have evolved by successive small modifications that have no function, or conflicting function like venom injection mechanisms. You have like the snake or the scorpion, where you have to have multiple working parts for such a phenomenon as the injection of venom. So you have to have a gland that creates the venom, a special repository place where the venom is stored, and an injector, and the multiple pieces. So if you have successive small changes, if they serve no purpose, so like you can't have venom without a method to inject it, but if you have a method to inject something with no venom, neither one of those serve any function. So could evolution of produce both of those, or just questions like the eye or complicated organs that require countless working parts to be of any use. So what's the possibility that these could have evolved by chance, that they would have stayed in the genetic code, even though it would have taken countless mutations that had no benefit till some larger function could have been derived. Probability information theory is random processes could have basis for scientific model, and evolution relies on information theory, transfer and update of information, reverse anthropomorphism. So even genetics and DNA is largely reverse anthropomorphism from Shannon. So they got Claude Shannon information theory, that the idea that genetics is an information code, and is one of the topics that Jennifer likes to focus on, is not well defined. To say, how does DNA store information, and then that this information could change. It's like a could have basis, so like some form of metaphysical parsimony, just that evolution could have happened in some sort of statistical probability based on reverse anthropomorphism of Shannon information. And then entropy, the entropy of an isolated system not in equilibrium will tend to increase over time, approaching a maximum value at equilibrium. Although life is an open system, the possibility that life within an open system could not be going against entropy is unique. So is it, according to the law of physics, possible that heat energy input could come into the organism, and even though the organism goes against entropy, that overall entropy decreases, is a possibility. However, it's a unique phenomenon in life that is only seen in life. Say like Occam's razor, metaphysical parsimony. They have some stuff about active inference, which is based on the free energy principle as entropy. And I just randomly put that there because it's interesting. I had Daniel from Active Inference on my channel, Carl Friston, who is a monist. So that's some interesting things to just research. I put the active inference there because it's related to entropy. And ethics and morality, so you got the Tate brothers there, Michelangelo's Sistine Chapel, I think Bruegel's Holy Day Feast, famous picture, Nietzsche. So the difficulty of material grounding in morals and ethics, punishment of the wicked, reward of the righteous, karma, action, reaction, non-physical event. That can you derive morals and ethics without spirituality? And certain bases of modern society, marriage, monogamy, traditional family structure, are religious in origin. Evolution, natural selection contradict accepted morals. That large parts of society, accepted morals do not necessarily make sense within evolution, natural selection. Like natural law, God forbid, murder, rape, stealing, are adaptive behavior. If evolutionary, it's adaptive to murder, rape, and steal. Why not? How are you going to derive morals and ethics? Nihilism, morals and ethics are simply preference, and should amoral, unethical behavior be more adaptive, will be selected for. Question of the existence of soul, afterlife, reincarnation, divine reward, punishment. Does evolution necessarily require that all of these things do not exist? Evolution excuses and justifies amoral, unethical behavior. Sexual degeneracies. If we believe we are animals, we behave as animals. That because the rabbis in Jerusalem, God forbid, used to constantly say that. Say the reason people believe in evolution is because they want to behave like animals. They want an excuse to say that there is no God that punishes bad behavior, and they basically want to act like animals. So therefore, they believe a theory that tells us that we're animals. So I prepared these. I already forwarded them to Joanna. If we debate that, I gave her those to look at, so you could see a little bit of my arguments, and we'll see what she comes up with. And her as a biochemist, believer in evolution, we'll see, what she comes up with. Okay, so let me just take off screen share for a minute and catch my breath. I have some things to read. So Claire joined me last week. I'm not sure if anyone's going to join me this week. You don't have to, but otherwise I got to catch my breath for a second. Then I have quite a bit of things to read, and some thoughts related mostly to biology and the upcoming evolution debate discussion. Well, I'm not sure if people who behave like animals don't know that they do, or just don't care that they do. They say, why not just behave like an animal? That if we are animals, just behave like animals. And why even to say like, what's wrong with killing? God forbid, what's wrong with raping and stealing? And so from a moral system, a dualistic system, you say, well, because we have a soul and there's a God, there's action reaction. From an evolutionary perspective, it's actually very difficult to answer the question, like, what's wrong with killing people? And so the moralization that people want to behave like animals, to say like, well, why do people believe in evolution? We'll say like, is it because it's true? Or say, so that was what the rabbis said, that it's just an excuse to behave like animals. You're saying like, well, I want to be able to sin and get away with it, so I created a theory that says that it's okay to sin. So I'm just going to take a 30-second break here, a minute break. I'm going to say Kriya Shema, pour myself another tea, then I have some articles to read through. If anyone feels like hopping on, I got the link up there. And I think Michael, who I streamed on the Hebrew prayers, we're going to come back and do more. So we did the blessings. Next time we might do, the Kriya Shema and a few others, and we'll go word for word in the Hebrew. Okay, so it might be a shorter program because I streamed a few hours today, and so I'm not sure if anyone heard of the Phage group. So just some interesting things. I'm going to try to make an article about the cognitive revolution in terms of like the Kuhnian scientific paradigms and the origins of microbiology. And a lot of these things go back to Shannon information theory. A lot of things relate to cognitive science and biology, genetics in general, uses Shannon information theory. And if people know the science, it's the Shannon Weaver, and Shannon's partner in the information theory, Weaver, goes on to be the head of the Rockefeller Foundation. So people like Jay Dyer is like conspiracy theories and always talking about the Rockefeller Foundation. So Weaver was the head of the Rockefeller Foundation for a period of time. And the Phage group, which relates to biology, you have created at Caltech and a handful of great minds, including Watson. People may not have heard the other names, like Watson from Watson and Crick and the discovery of DNA. Delbruck is another, Max Delbruck, of biophysicist. So this is like the origins of biochemistry. It's called the Phage group, and a lot of it's at Caltech. You have some famous experiments like the Hershey-Chase experiments. And I'm not a big expert in biology, so I'm just looking at some of the origins of biochemistry, and a lot of the origins come out of this what's called the American Phage group, which phage is like bacteriophages, a type of bacteria that were first studied that helped determine the cell structure and lay the basis of biochemistry. And the main thing I'm going to talk about is teleology. And so the Phage group is just a precursor, and there's an overlap between the cognitive revolution of cognitive science and the origins of microbiology, namely being Shannon information theory, that both the cognitive revolution and linguistics and cognitive sciences arise from the advances in computer technology and information theory, as does the origins of biochemistry rely upon the advancements in information theory. So here we have the Phage group, and here's interesting. I'm not sure if there's a textbook coming out from the Max Planck Institute of the History of Science in Berlin, and this was translated, A Short History of Molecular Biology, so by Hans-Georg Rheinberger in Berlin. So I was looking for an article. I actually couldn't find any books. There's one book that just recently came out in the last few years on the history of molecular biology. So there's not actually really so much good history on it. This chapter aims at giving a broadly conceived but concise overview of the history of molecular biology from its beginning in the early 1930s to the first steps into the age of genomics during the late 1980s and the early 1990s, after a few introductory remarks on the methodology and historiography of the history of the life science in general, and the molecular biological revolution in particular. The first section deals with the most important lines of development in the 2 decades from the 1930s to the 1950s. It contains paragraphs on seminal techniques and modal organisms that were instrumental in setting the stage for the new biology. This includes ultracentrifugation, X-ray structural analysis, UV spectroscopy, biochemical genetics based on fungi, the biophysics and biochemistry of tobacco mosaic virus, phage genetics, electron microscopy, work of the transformation of pneumococci, the genetics of bacteria, nucleic acid paper chromatography, the construction of protein models, and finally the introduction of radioactive tracing and its impact on physiology, especially protein synthesis research. All these techniques, innovations contributed to what has been addressed as the new technological landscape for the life sciences. The second section deals with the elucidation of the structure of DNA and the concomitant establishment of a new information paradigm. Its paragraphs deal with the DNA double helix, the central dogma of molecular biology, the characterization of transfer RNA and messenger RNA, gene regulation, and the deciphering of the genetic code. The third section is devoted to the origins of gene technology in the 1970s. It briefly reviews the era of recombinant DNA technology and the beginnings of the genome analysis. The paper concludes with a short remark on the impact of molecular biology on our views of evolution. Methodological introduction. How above all does one recapture the sense of a maze with no way out, the incessant quest for a solution, without referring to what later proved to be the solution in all its dazzling obviousness of the life of worry, of that life of worry and agitation? There lingers most often only a cold, sad story, a sequence of results carefully organized to make logical what was scarcely so at the time. Giving an overview of the history of molecular biology is not an easy task for two reasons. Firstly, because the developments do not lie so far back in time. Secondly, because there is a continuing discussion as to what really constitutes molecular biology. Historians of biology, such as Robert Olby, distinguish as a broad from a narrow definition. The latter comprises the storage, expression, and replication of genetic information and its molecular details. Today, the term molecular genetics is often used to cover this domain. It is evident that the narrow definition is itself the result of the development of this area of biological research. Therefore, in writing the history of molecular biology, one must be aware that the use of the term is anachronistic to some extent. On the other hand, the broad definition encompasses, under the concept molecular biology, very general, any kind of research on the structure and function of biological macromolecules. It can therefore be said, similar to the theory of evolution of the 19th century, molecular biology in the second half of the 20th century has come to assume a double status. On the one hand, it represents a specialized field, molecular genetics, within a framework of other biological disciplines. On the other, it is a general experimental and theoretical paradigm which is spreading throughout all of biology. The revolution in biology is marked by new techniques of representation of in the analysis of organisms, which include X-ray structure analysis, ultracentrifugation, various types of chromatography, radioactive tracing, electron microscopy, and techniques of phage and bacterial genetics. Further, we can observe a passage to new model organisms and quasi-organisms such as lower fungi, protozoa, bacteria, viruses, and phages. In addition, a new type of support for research and interdisciplinary cooperation emerges. It started in the 1930s in the US and Europe, and it was promoted to some extent by the Rockefeller Foundation. The goal of the latter was to bring together physical, chemical, and mathematical approaches to the phenomenon of life. Finally, in the course of the development of the processes of life, thus far conceptualized in terms of mechanical and energetic principles, came to be reconceptualized in terms of the molecular processing of information. We're faced with a multi-layer and complex process which cannot be adequately described, for example, by the merger of already existing biological disciplines such as genetics, biochemistry, and biophysics. It can also not be adequately represented as the simple addition of yet another biological discipline to the historical canon of disciplines. Neither is the discursive formation of molecular biology the result of solitary efforts of a few brilliant researchers with their well-outfitted teams in a few research centers. For example, the Phage group in the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, Caltech, the X-ray structure analysis at the Cavendish in Cambridge and at Caltech, or the team from the Institut Pasteur of Paris. There's a myth which has perpetuated by the protagonists of, as well as various commemorative publications, and it is just as clearly not the result of a comprehensive theory that guided research from the outset. Indeed, Richard Bourrian finds that there is no unifying theory at work at all in molecular biology, and that is simply a battery of techniques. Warren Weaver, the director of Natural Science section of the Rockefeller Foundation, called molecular biology for the first time in 1938, a designation that was quickly taken up by William Astbury in 1940, arose out of a considerable number of experimental systems which at first developed rather apart from each other and were embedded in different institutional settings devoted to the physical, chemical, and functional characterizations of living organisms on the level of biologically relevant macromolecules. These different systems were best loosely connected with each other at the beginning via the implementation of new instruments and techniques of analysis. These systems helped to form a new epistemic technical space of representation within which the concepts of molecular biology were gradually articulated. The historical development of this process is still poorly understood. First, one has to find an adequate level of analysis from which the key features of its dynamics can be elucidated, a development that has come to affect all of biology. There is no doubt that in Weaver's vision of a new biology and its massive financial support by the agenda of eugenics and social control was virulent. Unquestionably, there are also reasons why, from the perspective of philosophy of science, one can speak of reductionist program. However, the historical movement that molecular biology owes its emergence to is sufficiently determined neither by the global social, political, and financial context, nor by equally global methodological processes of the unpredictable production of knowledge and the diffusion of practices which originally were local played a crucial role. Experimental systems, at first confined to very specific questions, as well as selected comparatively simple model organisms, created thanks to the subsequent dissemination and conjunction, the momentum that led to the molecular biological revolution. The author would like to distinguish this perspective from the technological determinism on the one hand. On the other, the author would like to contrast it with accounts based on sociological of institutions or a history of ideas of great men. Due to a lack of space, the outlines of such an alternative narrative can only be sketched by drawing upon a number of general overviews and relying on a number of specific case studies. Some important lines of development between 1930 and 1950. This section will describe in an exemplary manner several lines of development of biochemical, biophysical, and genetic research in the 1930s and 40s. These researchers at first developed in relative independence of each other. Looking back, however, there appears as the precondition for the first synthesis, which is associated with the names of James Watson and Francis Crick with their model of the DNA double helix, from colloid chemistry to the macromolecule ultracentrifugation. According to Robert Olby, 1974, the path to the double helix cannot be seen as a continuous development based on long-term research program that had its origin in, say, Friedrich Nietzsche's characterization of nuclein in the late 1860s. Around the turn of the century, organic chemistry was a chemistry of small molecules. Cellular protoplasm envisaged since the 1860s as the seed of life was seen as a colloidal aggregate of small molecules. It was Hermann Staudinger in Zurich who, on the basis of his investigations of rubber in the 1920s, first introduced the expression macromolecule into colloid chemistry. This roused the opposition of the leading specialists of the day, which found memorable expression in the Convention of German natural scientists and physicians in Dusseldorf, 1926. This debate reached a decisive turning point with the first attempts by Theodor Sverberg and Robin Farrois to determine the molecular weight of proteins, major constituents of protoplasm, by means of ultracentrifugation. After a short stay in Wisconsin in 1924, Svedberg, who was a recognized colloid chemist, constructed a high-speed analytical centrifuge in Uppsala in the hopes of being able to sediment materials of higher molecular weight. In these experiments, hemoglobin, one of the first test proteins, proved not to be a heterogeneous colloid, but a homogeneous particle with an estimated molecular weight of 68,000. Ultracentrifuge was a piece of technical equipment that owed its design to the program of measuring the physical properties of colloids. The irony was that the apparatus helped to replace the paradigm of colloid chemistry by that of a macromolecular composition of the living substance. Until the late 1930s, the extremely labor-intensive and difficult technique of analytical ultracentrifugation remained a monopoly of Svedberg's group in Sweden. Together with Staudinger's viscosymmetric techniques, it made possible the first estimates of molecular weight, the chain length, and the form of proteins. Torbjörn Kaspersson in Stockholm, working together with Staudinger's colleague Rudolf Singer in Bern in the end of the 1930s, had indications of the macromolecular nature of nucleic acids. At this point in time, research in nucleic acids was still dominated by the tetranucleotide hypothesis of Phoebus Levine from the Rockefeller Institute in New York, parallel to the work of Albrecht Kassel, and then in continuation of it, Levine had worked since 1900 On determining the chemical structure of nucleic acid, his book Nucleic Acids, 1931, was the standard work on the class of molecules during the 1930s. The tetranucleotide hypothesis states that the nucleic acid molecules consist of each of the four building blocks of either DNA or RNA, at most out of shorter, longer, monotonous sequences of such tetranucleotides. This meant that it did not seem that nucleic acids would be able to play a role as carriers of biological specificity. X-ray structure analysis. X-ray structure analysis was developed by Max von Loo and William at Lawrence Bragg. In Lawrence Bragg, it was originally intended for the analysis of crystals of small molecules, but was soon discovered that powdery and fibrous substances also showed X-ray diffraction patterns. In the 1920s, it was above all the work of Reginald Oliver Herzog's team at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Fiber Chemistry in Berlin-Dahlem that led to the concept of a regularly structured long molecular chain, in particular of cellulose. Among others, Michael Polanyi, who went to Fritz Haber in 1923 at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physical Chemistry, and Hermann Mark, who changed to BASF in 1927, were members of Herzog's team. Richard Olby writes, so Oswald, the people in the chat who followed World War II history probably know the names Fritz Haber. God forbid, I think he developed Cyclone B. So it's just interesting history of molecular biology here. The right ingredients for the development of molecular biology were, it seems, in Dahlem, chiefly a powerful school of theoretical and practical X-ray crystallography, but by 1923, Hitler came to power. Haber and Polanyi gave up their position. Herzog went to Istanbul. Mark had already returned to Vienna in 1932. The focus of European fiber research shifted to the center of the English textile industry when William Astbury, who had studied under Bragg in London, came to Leeds in 1928. Here, Astbury began his research into the structure of keratin together with the investigations on the elasticity of wool. Starting in 1934, the work was supported financially by the Rockefeller Foundation. Around 1935, Astbury obtained the first images of nucleic acid fibers, at first as a byproduct of his protein-based wool fiber program. In the end of the 1930s, Torbjörn Kaspersson from Stockholm supplied him with DNA materials of a high molecular weight. Together with Florence Bell, Astbury created the first model of a nucleic acid. It had the shape of a single-stranded helix with the base standings at right angles to its axis. Astbury noticed and was fascinated by molecular fit, that is, the comparable distance of the building blocks in proteins and nucleic acids. According to the then current ideas of biological specificity, he concluded that the gene material was a nucleoprotein in which the protein molecule was kept in a stretched position by the DNA molecule, enabling it to replicate itself. Astbury's interest in genetics had been aroused by discussions at a couple of conferences on the structure of genes and chromosomes, which had been funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. However, his work came to a halt when World War II broke out. This also happened with X-ray crystallographic investigations of John Desmond Bernal and Bragg pupil, who had worked in Cambridge until 1937, where in 1934 he had succeeded in producing the first images of a single crystal protein. After having moved to London, he began to concentrate on the diffraction pattern of crystallized tobacco mosaic virus. By the end of the 1930s, the development of X-ray structure analysis at Caltech in California, and above all at the Royal Institution in London, as well as the University of Leeds and at the Cavendish in Cambridge, had reached such a level of refinement that the determination of the structure of crystallized macromolecules became conceivable. Later, Gunther Stent called the structurally oriented biology of molecules the structuralist school of molecular biology. Just as with the Phage group, which will be described below, one of its starting points was an informal transdisciplinary circle of scientists, the biotheoretical gathering in which Bernal played a leading role. UV spectroscopy. Torbjörn Kaspersson developed a cytological approach to the quantitative physical and chemical characterization of nucleic acid, following on Einar Hammarsten's work in Stockholm on the extraction of macromolecular DNA. Kaspersson quantified Fulgen's color reaction and was able to demonstrate an increase of DNA in the course of the synthesis of nuclear material. Since the beginning of the 1930s, he had been developing a technique for recording UV absorption spectra of nucleic acids, as well as a method of UV microscopy of cells around 1940 while working together with Jack Solch of the California Institute of Technology at Pasadena. He observed a correlation between the synthesis of proteins and the amount of cytoplasm, ribonucleic acid, in metabolic active cells. Around the same time, the embryologist John Bratchett at Brussels made similar observations. However, his observations did not lead Casperson to revise the nuclear protein theory of the gene. He continued to see genes as proteins in a broad sense and nucleic acids as supporting substance. It seems hence the unique structure conditioning activity for self-reproduction, possibly by successive polymerization and depolymerization, may depend on the nucleic acid portion of the molecule. It may be that the property of a protein which allows it to reproduce itself its ability to synthesize nucleic acid. This statement is characteristic for the protein paradigm of life, which dominated the discourse of genetics at the time. In this connection, one also has to mention the work of Edgar Knapp and Alexander Hollander, who determined that the effective spectrum for triggering mutations by UV radiation correspond to the absorption spectrum of DNA in the chromosomes. But neither Knapp and his colleagues in Germany nor Hollander and the National Institute of Health in Bethesda drew the conclusion from this finding that the DNA of the chromosomes might represent the hereditary substance. Biochemical genetics, Neurospora, George Beadle, and Edward Tatum fit their own work, leading to the formulation of the one gene, one enzyme hypothesis into the same paradigm. In 1952, Beadle was speaking of protein macromolecules as the key to genetic replication. As of 1937, Beadle had begun concentrating in his work with Tatum and Stanford on the model organism Neurospora because of its easy-to-control metabolic processes and its short reproductive cycle. It became the focus of one of the most productive experimental systems of biochemically oriented genetics. In Germany, Richard Goldschmidt and Karl Correns had from relatively early on established a tradition of physiological genetics, which was then produced by Fritz von Wettstein and Alfred Kuhn, among others, but which became increasingly isolated in the 1930s and during World War II. The transplantation experiments carried out on Drosophila mutants by Boris F. Rusi and George Beadle at Caltech in Paris between 1934 and 36 was designed on the Göttingen Ephistia experiments of Alfred Kuhn and Ernest Kaspari. Kuhn left his position at Göttingen University in 1937 and became Goldschmidt's successor at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Biology in Berlin, where he intensified his collaboration with the organic chemist Adolf Butenandt. Goldschmidt, like Kaspari, had to immigrate and went to the United States. Burian has correctly drawn attention to the fact, however, that there is no linear story of biochemical genetics to be sketched here. F. Furzi research perspective, for example, was embryological rather than biochemical from the beginning. The classical history says that F. Rusi and Beadle laid the first stones of the future edifice of biochemical genetics, but everything in this history is inexact, as is typical of the myth of the precursor. It is therefore not surprising that in this early research, the idea of gene-controlled cascades of metabolism was not sharply delineated. The one gene, one enzyme hypothesis emerged in a rather convoluted research process and was clearly stated neither by Beadle around 1940 nor by Kuhn, who in 1941 spoke of network of gene actions chains in the formation of the eye pigments in insects. Doubtless the decisive change in Beadle's physiological genetic studies came when he joined forces with the biochemist Tatum and turned his attention to the Neurospora system. Both moves led to a strategic inversion in genetic experiments. Instead of trying to follow the path from the gene to the gene product, Beadle, Tatum, and their co-workers took the path from the gene product to the gene, tobacco mosaic virus. When in 1935, Wendell Stanley at the Rockefeller Institute in Princeton announced the isolation of a crystalline protein processing the properties of tobacco mosaic viruses, it was something of a sensation. Martinus Beijerinck's 1899 Cantagium vivum fluidum had become a crystalline particle. At the time, viruses had come to be considered as prototypes of hereditary particles which were able to reproduce autocatalytically, if only with the help of living cells. Stanley did not hesitate to call his virus an autocatalytic protein. The fact that the material could be crystallized seemed to finally tear down the boundary between biology on the one hand and physics and chemistry on the other. The tobacco mosaic virus fit seamlessly into the protein paradigm of the gene when 2 years later, Frederick Bowden and Norman Peary in Cambridge showed that there was a nucleic acid in the tobacco mosaic virus. This brought Stanley to speak somewhat more carefully of virus proteins as nuclear proteins, but it changed nothing in his conviction that the protein component was the actual autocatalytic agent of the virus. He found himself in good company among the many others who adhere to the same view were not least George Beadle and Max Delbruck. The tobacco mosaic virus became one of the model objects of the physiochemical techniques existing at the end of the 1930s, concentrated on ultracentrifugation, X-ray structure analysis, electron microscopy. Less known was the biochemically oriented tobacco mosaic virus research that had been carried out since 1937 at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Biology and Biochemistry by a group including Gerhard Schramm, George Melkers, and Hans Friedrich Freska, as well as Gustav Kausch and Edgar Plankuk, and at the Biological Reichenstalt in cooperation with Hans Stubble at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Biology. Among the early results obtained by these researchers was the finding that for different virus strains, the electrophoretic mobility of the nucleic acid in contrast to that of the protein was different, that after chemical modification of the protein, the particle remained infectious, and that of phosphatase inhibited the infectiousness of the particle. All of these findings pointed to nucleic acid as the active component of the tobacco mosaic virus, but with the exception of Kausch and Pfannkuch, nobody seriously perused the idea that the viral nucleic acid might be the hereditary material. The work in Germany was followed closely in England and the United States, but confirmed only in part with Stanley's departure from Princeton. The center of the tobacco mosaic virus research shifted to the newly created virus laboratory in Berkeley after the war. Electron microscopy. The pioneer in electron microscopy was Ernst Ruska, who in 1931 built the first transmission electron microscope, and together with his brother Helmut in Berlin also obtained the first images of biological material towards the end of the 1930s. In 1939, Siemens produced a commercial transmission microscope. However, the work in Berlin came to a standstill because of World War II, although the development of electron microscopy shifted during the 1940s largely to the United States. Ruska and the group around Kushka were still able in 1939 to obtain the first images of tobacco mosaic viruses and of phages in 1940 and 41. In 1942, Thomas Anderson and Salvador Luria followed with electron optical imaging of phages. After the war, Geneva became one of the centers of molecular biological electron microscopy. The actual difficulty faced by researchers with the new technology involved less the resolution capacity of the instrument than the preparation of the samples. Application of the technique to biological material confronted the electron microscopist with completely new preparation requirements. Among other things, these included the uniform spreading of the specimen of a substrate that had to be unstructured as possible, strong fixation of the specimen, thin layers, and a complete dehydration, or alternatively shading of the probe leading to metal replicas. In 1944, Ernst Fullman and Albert Claude of the Rockefeller Institute in New York successfully obtained images of isolated mitochondria. Working together with Keith Porter, they made in 1945 the first images in cells in situ, and 1946 they followed with in situ images of the Rous-Sachs-Ramona virus. In 1950s, then was the great period of ultrastructural imaging in the cell membrane, the nucleus, the endoplasmic reticulum, and the mitochondria. This work became possible with the development of the technique of embedding of the specimens in hard resinous substances, the introduction of glass knives for cutting ultra-thin sections of microtomes with a greatly reduced feed, and finally the use of osmium tetroxide for fixation. George Palade of the Rockefeller Institute and Fridtjof Storjand of the Karolinska Institute of in Stockholm played a significant role in these developments. Bacteriophages. The protein paradigm of the gene was not shaken by research in the area of plant viruses, nor at least at first by research on bacteriophages. These virus-like entities, when attacked bacteria causing them to lice, were first characterized by Frederick Tort in England and Felix de Herel in France toward the end of World War I. Emery Ellis at Caltech was doing research on them when, in 1937, Max Delbruck arrived at California with the Rockefeller Scholarship. Delbruck, whose training was in physics, had first done work together with Carl Zimmer and Nikolai Timofeev-Rozovsky in Berlin on gene mutation and the physical properties of genes. He was fascinated by the relatively simple visualization techniques of phage research and the possibilities of quantification by means of counting plaques and creating dilution series, techniques that had developed over the next year together with Salvador Luria into a standard instrument for working with phages. Theoretically, he saw the phages as simple gene models with autocatalytic properties. In 1942, expressed his hopes concerning the problem of self-reproduction synthesis as follows. It is likely that in solution will turn out to be simple and essentially the same for all viruses as well as genes. The study of the bacterial viruses may thus prove the key to basic problems of biology. The solution turned out to not quite be so simple. In the 1950s, phages surprisingly proved to be the key to questions that were of no particular interest to Delbruck, a point we will come back to below. A lot has been written about the phage group. As told by the actors themselves, the origin of molecular genetics lays in Niels Bohr's vision, which was taken over by Delbruck, of tracking down a new complementary in search of the fundamental laws of life. In keeping with this romantic story was the fact that the phage group, Erwin Schrödinger's What is Life 1944, held a significant place in the conceptualization of the process of heredity. Schrödinger spoke in the Book of Genes as aperiodic crystals and of an inheritable code script. Accordingly, Stent had apostrophized Delbruck's group as the informationalist school. There's no doubt that Delbruck was one of the leading theoreticians in the development of molecular biology. In retrospect, however, it was less than the theoretic vision that the technical or organizational innovations which gave phages their place in history of molecular biology, the introduction of quantitative techniques and the analysis of virus replication, the standardization of the phage systems with a focus on T phages, and the establishment of a new network of international cooperation and exchange information. As in 1945, the focus of the international activity was the legendary annual phage course at Cold Spring Harbors. Delbruck was able to turn this phage system into a community-forming enterprise. Nonetheless, expected breakthrough regarding the nature of gene did not come from phage work to begin with. And so that's all I got for free of this book, and I don't even know if this book ever came out. So say that I couldn't find much information. Hey, Elliott, if you want to pop on and chat about selling books, you could feel free to hop on. Otherwise, the only thing I really had to do was read on the history of molecular biology. So that was a little bit interesting. Like, it went on a little bit more. It's a subject I'm returning to, and just my research on the history of philosophy of science, and saying like physics is the main science and the development of molecular biology. So just a little bit of an interesting history there. The StreamYard's link is pinned, but you're welcome to pop on. So here was a little bit on the development of the phage group. So I'm not going to read all of this. Is long and has these long charts of like the intellectual courses of students. So let's just look a little bit at this. I'm not sure if anyone in the chat has heard of this American phage group, or if there's any biologists, but it's a little bit interesting, and I just thought I'd review it, and just what I was studying this week. The development of a scientific specialty, the phage group, and the origins of molecular biology. Nicholas Mullins. This paper analyzes the formation of a new discipline, molecular biology, from the development of phage work. It argues that such social variables as the competitive position and relative status of each of the specialties or disciplines from which a new one is formed are not sufficient to explain phage work's development into a specialty of molecular biology. Even though persons in physics, a field with high academic standing, decided to enter biology, which had a lower academic standing, and even though some recruiting of students occurred, these factors alone are not sufficient to account for the developments of the specialty, particularly given the competitiveness of modern conditions. In the emergence of molecular biology from Phage work, the variables of status and competitive positions adduced by Professors Ben David and Collins to explain the emergence of experimental psychology from the hybridization of physiology and philosophy seem to be less important than the other normal activities which occur in scientific development. These normal activities may be classified as intellectual and social. In the former category are paradigm development, problem successes, and puzzle solving. In the second social category are communication, co-authorship, colleagueship, and apprenticeship. Paradigm development occurs when a group of persons, either together or separately, experience a gestalt shift which changes the perception of the topics they're analyzing. Their subsequent research uses this new perception, and some of that research is then published. Success in solving some problems is necessary to justify the shift, and the development in area must point to interesting problems for further research. Further successes may eventually enable a new approach to establish itself as normal science in a Kuhn sense. The puzzle-solving activity of normal science then continues from the point, although the development of molecular biology as a new discipline from one of the major sources appears on the surface to be a classical example of role hybridization. Closer analysis shows that this is not so. Not only must intellectual and social structural variables be adduced, but the same specific relationship between the intellectual and the social structural variables must be demonstrated. So this goes on more about the Phage group and kind of like a Kuhnian analysis. And it had some interesting charts of various scientists working together and trying to piece together some sort of internal historical historiography of the development of molecular biology, Watson and Crick and the DNA model. So, this was a little bit interesting, and there's a lot to it in terms of, like the rise of modern biology, specifically molecular biology, the understanding of cell and the cell functions and breaking down, like I said in the last article, up until the 1950s, the dominant theory was proteins, that people didn't even suspect DNA being the components of genetics. And it's somewhat of a reverse anthropomorphization of computers and information theories, that as computers rose and the concept of genetics as some sort of information code was reverse anthropomorphized onto DNA. So let's read the summary here. Phage workers constitute a visible and accessible group of scientists. They gradually acquired a name. The Phage group, known scientists were working in it and were accessible to students who could in turn teach and pass the trade along, providing means for effective communication and a distinctive culture and normative structure. These factors acted as a glue for the group, through which a tremendous number of workers passed with a relatively short period. The glue was effective enough to hold more scientists than it lost. Solidarity reinforced solidarity. The first generation scientists who studied phages, particularly those working before 1945, constituted a paradigm group. They pursued the same research problem and formed a pool of potential contacts. As potential contacts became the actual relations, an interacting network of communications began to form. Networks have a potential for explosive growth because each person within a network can recruit new partners. Some components of networks interaction are work groups, colleagueships, teacher-student pairs, and triads, communication nets, preprint exchanges. During the late Romantic phase of Phage work, the network grew rapidly. There was no abrupt transition to the cluster stage. Some interacting pairs and triads simply began to consolidate for longer than the particular occasion that brought them together. Certain minimal conditions are necessary for such occurrences. Luck, leadership, a substantial problem, and also important in early stages, and some sort of institutional stability. Phage work had several instances of good luck. The initial contact between Delbruck and Luria was just one example of that luck. Max Delbruck certainly provided crucial leadership, and his institution of the summer Phage course is only one example of his gift for leadership. The year 1945 was a critical one. The first students of Phage workers appeared. This was possibly an accident, and the summer Phage course, a key factor, began. The transition depended upon the recognition of Phage workers as a group and their development of characteristics which would distinguish their intellectual styles. The social life, many networks of interaction die out before they have a chance to form clusters. The cluster evolved very slowly as an interest was simulated by discoveries. Since the basic discoveries in the field come at about the same rate per year, no matter how many people are working in that area, it is likely that the sense of excitement, which often permeates a developing cluster, must be generated by someone with Delbruck's charismatic force of personality. Indeed, leadership and charisma may be the most important factors, much more important, for example, than accuracy and intellectual judgment. If re-examining the major decisions of Delbruck's career, we see that he made many major errors at different junctures regarding what was to be significant in the future. He misjudged the results of the first fission experiment, preferring instead to believe that chemists had messed up their analysis. He was wrong to guide Watson away from chemistry when both Luria and Watson were reasonably certain that some knowledge of DNA's chemistry would be necessary to understand its biological functioning. Incidentally, both Watson and Luria erred in selecting biochemistry as the proper source of information, but Watson saw his error and transferred to a location where he could learn to use both structural chemistry and X-ray crystallography. Delbruck also erred after moving from Phage work to phycomites as a simple model system for perception. It has since been well demonstrated that the insect eye offers a more tractable model system. He was absolutely right only in his choice of Phage as a problem and his dedication to the goal of discovering the secret of life. He was quite mistaken as to what the secret would look like. Clearly, then, his importance to Phage work and the eventual development of molecular biology lies elsewhere than his intellectual accuracy. From cluster to specialty is an easy transition, particularly in the United States, where universities are established in a pattern of decentralization and competition. Molecular biology achieved departmental status thereby in the very early 1960s. All scientists began to one or another paradigm group as long as they keep up with the literature in their respective fields. This is so simply by definition. Active scientists, those who are active in research, belong to some interaction pairs and nets of larger size. Not many scientists belong to a cluster. Well, all belong to at least one special. So we got Elliott here. Just give me like 3 to 5 minutes to finish reading this. Some concluding remarks on the sociology study of the emergence of specialties. The foregoing discussion has suggested some reasons why Phage workers became a successful group within science. There are others. The sociological approach offers some particular intriguing insights, particularly with respect to social engineering, price consideration, the development of specialties, the first piece of social engineering in science since the invention of the journal. However that may be, it seems clear that the centrality of Delbruck in his many specific influences on the group indicate that the group's very existence and content were consciously determined by Phage workers, particularly by Delbruck in the case of the Phage group, a series of social arrangements, the summer course, the unconventional lifestyle, the ability to establish communication in a more stable footing, and to supply a pool of potential contacts through the summer Phage meetings made the group coalesce for longer than a network normally does. The intellectual success of the Watson-Crick model and the successful exploitation from 1954 to 63, however, also important and should not be ignored. Two cases suggest that deliberate social engineering has influenced the development of specialties in other areas of science. Hilbert's activities, which led to the establishment of modern algebra as a major movement in mathematics, resemble Delbruck's Phage activities. Both the particular social activities and the fertility just give me 1 minute, Elliott. Fertility of the central person's ideas are crucial factors. Bohr's Copenhagen group in quantum physics was another such deliberate creation. The details of any given case aside, however, it is clear that any reasonable sociological interpretation of a scientific group's development or its failures to develop must analyze the dynamics of groups' processes, consider both intellectual and social variables, and external situation. The structure of the American university system, which is the same for a set of groups, cannot be used to explain the success or failures of particular groups within a set. What is important to a scientific group are the normal processes of science, social, and intellectual, and how they operate and are engineered. And so I shared the link in that. So it's a little bit interesting here. Be continuing the research on the history and philosophy of science. But for now, we have Elliott, our old good friend, actually one of the founding members of Week in Review, and now as Jennifer no longer has Sunday nights available, that she has had scheduling difficulties and no longer has Sunday nights available. So we considered trying to move around, but in the meantime, I am taking Week in Review solo. So happy to have Elliott here. You there, Elliott?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, David?
Yep. Hear you fine.
How you doing? What an exciting day. What an exciting day of streaming. Yeah, today with Luke and your friend. It's compelling content, wasn't it?
Oh, my new friend Michael is converting to Judaism.
Yeah, with Luke, and the whole conversation was outstanding.
Yeah. I streamed with him on my channel right before Week in Review, like just a basic Hebrew lesson, the morning prayers. So I said, like, God forbid, like, David did not want to spend the rest of my life arguing with counter-Semites. So it was like a breath of fresh air to have some positive feedback. Someone's converting to Judaism and was interested in learning more. So
yeah, you don't have to deal with the slings and arrows of the Wignats, It's nice.
Well, I still do, but I think it was pleasant surprise.
Yeah. No, he seems to be a very interesting chap. I hope he's a regular feature on Luke's show.
We'll see. I gave Luke some of his contact information, so he's just getting into streaming, so he'll have to determine how interested he is in streaming or like talking to random. He wanted to make like content of like interviews or content, so whether he wants to just like have conversations with people around the world.
Sullied by blood sports quite yet. So
I mentioned he said he found me he was an Adam Green viewer.
Oh, really?
So that's right. Even though he's local, like Oswald or something in Michigan, but he found me from watching Adam Green, but it turns out he's local here in Michigan and decided to contact me.
Physically, like, how many miles is he from you?
20 miles.
20 miles?
Maybe even like 25, 30 miles.
Those distances are trivial in the Midwest.
Well, they're not trivial, but they're surmountable.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I thought it was interesting. What do you think about Pigger? What's his real? I don't want to mention. I guess he seems to be really down.
He's more anonymous than he used to be. Like Aaron no longer is Aaron. I mean, God forbid, he seems to have grown a little bit bitter. He was always a little bit bitter. I mean, from the Brundlecast, like he was always there in the chat, like kind of like a detractor, like the Duvid is a bad representative. And so we had some sort of reconciliation or friendship speaking to him. But you have to say he's always been a little bit bitter, and he remains a little bit bitter. So
he's got a certain contrarian streak to him or something. But I guess
I like positive energy. Yeah. So I mean, like I could deal with anybody. Like maybe I could loosely call Aaron from my friends. I've had him on my channel. He's been on Week in Review. We've been dealing with the same circle of people for basically the whole time I've been streaming. But he's got a little bit of aura of negative energy, which I try to be positivistic, and so it's tough to know. But I'm glad I guess he appeared on Luke and still at it, and so it's good. I don't have too many regular people in Israel that I speak with, so I got our guy in Israel that are half Jew in Israel, so.
He seemed to be thinking that he didn't feel accepted. He didn't feel accepted by other Jews because he's half Jewish, and that seems to have eaten at him to some degree.
Yeah, he's probably accurate. I'm saying if you're like a patrilineal Jew and he's like me, a matrilineal Jew, it would probably be even worse for you. But
Is he patrilineal or matrilineal?
no, he's matrilineal like me. By
He's
saying like
matrilineal.
you as a patrilineal Jew would probably be even worse in that matter. But I think acceptance is you level. So you like you like Luke Ford. You try to work with the golden mean and the 50-50 principle, and that some people are nice to me, some aren't, and it's like 50-50 of like a spectrum of various types. So if he's going to be like people are overly I try to be positivistic and say that the world's a big place, so not everyone has to accept me, and sort of hopefully there's enough people that accept me that like the internet, like you could get out there and stream and meet people, and everywhere you go you're going to have detractors, but you could build up friendships, colleagues, entourage, and so that's why I say he seems kind of like negative focused on pretty common, like the older people who things didn't work out as they wanted, and then they're kind of like bitter towards other people that just like my dreams didn't come true, yours won't either. So I try to avoid that negative energy, but I think it's pretty common, and even in streamers, like a lot of streamers are trying to fill unmet needs, and I could see like if you're older, you're a little older than me, maybe, and you said like, you're not expecting your dreams to come through streaming, and if you just want to hear someone listen to your complaints and be like, I hear you, if that's all you want, but like I still want to be more proactive. So like thank God you're being entrepreneurial. We could talk about best practice.
Yeah, we can talk about that stuff.
Rather than just like I hear you're suffering and sympathize or empathize.
Yeah.
Or God forbid, even worse, like you're trying to spread the suffering.
Let's talk about this just a little bit more. The other aspect was that he came to Judaism through mushrooms, which I thought was fascinating. I think everybody thought it was fascinating. Have you ever done mushrooms?
Yeah, we talked about that like on Week in Review multiple times.
We talked about mushrooms?
Yeah, man, I did mushrooms a few times in New York.
Okay.
And like, yeah, I definitely had like a social, some sort of out of body experience, and it was interesting. And but I wasn't a major mushroom doer. I did mushrooms like I bought an ounce of mushrooms and did it over a period of time, and even think I gave away the rest of my mushrooms that you like at a certain point. But yeah, I did it a few times, and definitely had a huge effect, and you maybe even call outer body experience. And I've met multiple people like Michael that came to Judaism through psychedelic experience. I even forwarded him, like I told him, like I'd been to, God forbid, like an acid Shabbos in New York, and like there's large networks in Israel and New York City of former Orthodox Jews, spiritual seekers, like kibbutzniks, that get together and do psychedelic drugs and Jewish experiences together. So in Detroit, I don't know, I've never seen much of that in Detroit, but like in New York City, there's definitely circles. And I don't like they talked about it like with Babs, and a lot of times they're like all former Orthodox Jews that grew up in various like Hasidic, modern Orthodox, and went off the derrick a little bit, but still maintained largely Jewish network circles of friends, and would get together for Sabbath, and be like a lot of chanting and singing, and most of them were vegetarian, like vegetarian food, and huge amounts of drug use. And so like unquestionably, I was almost exclusively introduced to drugs from Orthodox Jews. Almost all of those came from Orthodox family, and because in New York you have like such a huge amount of Orthodox Jews, you have networks of hundreds and thousands of former Orthodox Jews that largely party and do drugs together with exclusively other former Orthodox Jews. And even like in the Catskills, the Poconos, in Israel and kibbutzes, you have like massive amounts of drug uses. And I mentioned, have you heard of Shlomo Carlebach?
No, no, I haven't.
I mean, he's like this hippie singer that was in Haight-Ashbury in the 60s, and he had like the House of Love and Prayer. He's mostly a musician, so they refer like Karbachers. But like, marijuana use is extremely prevalent among Orthodox Jews. Even a lot of the Orthodox rabbis these days, they don't necessarily recommend marijuana, but they've allowed marijuana. And like all sorts of like, parents, like Orthodox people, even very religious, like they got kids that smoke marijuana. And so you have these peripheral circles of kids of Orthodox Jews that have become slightly less religious and hang out, just within their same network. And so, yeah, I'm very familiar with New York because I was a party promoter, and I've been to some of these Sabbath experiences. Like they had like Naked Sabbath. I never went to Naked Sabbath, but just like Acid Shabbos. They also have like nudist events in colonies among like Jews in New York and Israel and Los Angeles. Even where it's like, well, let's go out to the country for Sabbath, and like everyone will be naked, God forbid. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that going on, and but it's a minority. So I guess Michael found me, and I was telling him about this. In Detroit, there's not, as far as I know, there's not much of the peripheral. There's not a large enough Orthodox Jewish community, because usually you're only uniquely going to find, like, because if you got into something like that, you're just going to hang out with non-Jews. So like a lot of people, when they're Orthodox Jews and they become less Orthodox, they're so much in the habit that still basically all their friends are former Orthodox Jews. And so it has to be like New York, Los Angeles, Israel, where you have circles of tens of thousands of former Orthodox Jews, and these circles of friends and networks of large groups of former Orthodox Jews that hang out with each other. And I don't know enough about the history of the hippie movement. If thinking like Allen Ginsberg, or because there's a lot of intersectionality between secular Jews, some non-Jews, or that secular Jews joined the circle of former Orthodox Jews. But it's probably like that in the 60s. And I mentioned like Haight-Ashbury and various things. But like, I presume, I don't know if you were ever in like an all Jewish circle, if you were even connected in Judaism, that you ever hung out with a circle where basically like everyone was Jewish.
No,
You're so far removed from Judaism that you were never even part of a circle of friends where everybody was Jewish.
No, I have a very distant relationship with the tribe, as it were.
That might not even exist in San Francisco. And like Los Angeles, unquestionably, there would be tons of circles where everybody's basically all Jewish. I wouldn't be surprised if in San Francisco there's a few circles, but I think Orthodox Judaism is so removed that it's really mostly people who are raised Orthodox Jewish, because Orthodox Jews are really the only type Jews where basically all their friends are other Jews. And so if you're conservative Jewish, you probably went to public school and never had exclusive circles of all Jews. So like public school is the big denominator, that that if you always went to Jewish schools, you may never have gained non-Jewish friends, and even if you left Judaism, you might still like hang in all Jewish circles.
No, I mean I grew up in the country, and there were like no Jews, like zero. I was like, and I'm only half Jewish, and there was zero Jews in the country where I grew up. So,
I mean, you moved around. I think you said you were in Boston, or
but when I grew up, meaning like childhood, right?
But I was saying that there were transients in New York. There were even goyim that were transiently involved in these Jewish hippie circles. So like if we had met in New York and you just met me randomly, or like Babs or something like that, like, oh, you want to hang out, come to this party, and it's a party of like all Jews, and then you get caught up and start hanging out in that circle for a few months, and it may not mean like you dumped everything else in your life. So even in Boston, there were probably groups of like all Jews, like you said, you went to a Sabbath event or something like that. So it would have been possible you could have got caught up in like a Jewish network of friends. You're just saying,
Yeah, but
I mean, that's why I was asking you, because it's very possible that at some point in your life you had been caught up in a network of a Jewish circle of friends where basically everyone was Jewish.
well, in my case, it was something I tried to avoid. Right, I didn't want the stigmata of.
You're saying you had the possibility, like
I didn't have the
you
okay.
had Jewish. Did you
Okay.
have
All right,
have Jewish friends
I
that
didn't have
were part
Jewish
of
friends.
circles like this, and
I
that you
didn't have
probably
Jewish
could have
friends
moved
until
into
after I
if
moved
you
out
had
of the
wanted
house.
to?
I didn't have Jewish friends until I was like deep into my 20s.
But you're saying
Right.
your 20s. If you had like, I thought you said like a roommate or a Jewish friend, but if you had a Jewish friend that was more into Judaism, that could have invited you to hang out with their group of exclusive Jewish friends that you probably could have acclimated, or at least went to parties over a period of years, and they would have invited you to their stuff, even as like a half patrilineal Jew, that you would have been peripherally enough to be a transient in their communities, go to their parties, or like have experienced something like that. I think it's definitely a possibility, because like when I did party promoting, there are all sorts of transients. There were even non-Jews that somehow got caught up in these Jewish circles, and just a random non-Jew from the country that came to New York and got caught up in like a Jewish group of friends.
So what is the question? I mean,
I'm just talking sociological. So I'm saying like I spent 10 years in New York, and I spent like 5 years in Manhattan, and I had a lot of circles. Like, I had non-Jewish friends, but like I was peripherally part of these Jewish circles of hippies. And every few months, like I would go to one of their events. Like, and so I went to Acid Shabbos a few times, where, where I think they laced the food with acid, and basically like everyone was tripping on acid.
So how do you think, like?
But it was a Sabbath event. I was saying like we did the prayers. It was specifically a Sabbath event where they even called it Acid Shabbos. So like I was saying, like these things do exist. So if you didn't know they exist, I'm telling you that they exist. I wasn't really like I wasn't intricately involved in these circles, but I knew a bunch of people in them, and I had crossed over and went to some of their events, and like in Israel, New York, and Los Angeles. There's probably all the time. Like in Los Angeles, there's probably Acid Shabbos all the time. Like where they all get together at someone's house, and like the hippies converge, and they spice the food with acid, and everyone trips, and they chant and sing and talk about Jewish mysticism.
So, how do you think Luke? I mean,
I didn't ask Luke if he like. I didn't discuss.
I mean, I think
Luke.
this would come as
I
news
would
to
assume
Luke,
that Luke is at least familiar. Like whether Luke ever went to an Acid Shabbos, I bet that Luke is familiar that these things exist, and it really just takes one person to one person and a circle of friends to organize it. And someone like Luke probably knows about it. Maybe he's even been to something like that. Maybe Luke didn't do the acid, but he was at an event with Jewish friends, and it was like obvious to him that everyone was tripping on acid.
I think the chances of Luke being in an Acid Shabbos are zero.
Well, we can ask him next time.
I'd love to ask him, but I think.
I don't know if there's like a porn Shabbos, or like people joke, and they call them like also like Shabbatai sweet parties, or like Frankist parties or something like that. So you have like Jewish swingers and stuff like that. But like no, I'm sure that Luke is familiar with this stuff, because he knows a bunch of Jews, and they probably if he wasn't a drug user, maybe he never went. But I can't imagine that he's not familiar with the phenomenon. And I don't know anything about Los Angeles to like know, who the names and who the players are. But like in New York City and Israel, there's whole like known hippie compounds, hippie communes, where these things take place all the time, or like party promoters. So like if you're in New York, because there's so many Jews, there's well-known Jewish party promoters, and there's circles of Jewish party promoters. And it's related to like the music and the drugs of choice. So,
when you say party promoter, is that like raves? What is a party promoter?
Well, I was saying it's related to party promoter just means someone who promotes parties. So like
Yeah, but
it means you have to, it's a managerial role where you have to rent out the space. You have to, bring in the entertainment, the logistics. And usually sometimes the person's like an activist who just
mhm.
does it for not a monetary reason, but a lot of times it's monetary that the person doing it is making money. So it's like actual party where there's concerts and they sell tickets. And so that's what I did, where we actually booked venues, booked bands, sold tickets, and like classical party promoting, versus religious party promoters. If you're talking like a Sabbath, you have to get a location, you have to get a cook. Someone has to cook the food. Someone has to secure the drugs. Someone has to
Well,
invite.
that's what I was getting. These are underground parties. These aren't.
Well,
These.
there's various levels. So there's commercial parties where it's actually at establishments and tickets and finances. So like you could have a concert where like half the people are tripping on acid, and if you're the concert organizer, you might be buddies with the drug dealer. But obviously, if it's a legal activity, it's not. You're not going to advertise like acid concert. You're just going to make a concert with a band where it's known, and like there's going to be drug dealers there. But acid is not as common. So like things like marijuana and cocaine are much more common. Acid is not as common.
Yeah.
And in terms like the Grateful Dead or something like that, but an acid is less connected with commercial venues. So to have like cocaine and marijuana connected with regular commercial party promoting, where like there's a concert and there's drug dealers and half the people are high, or like smoking weed, is extremely common, as opposed to something like acid that's usually done in private houses or upstate venues. So if you're doing like mushrooms or something, or acid, where it sometimes takes a day or two for the person to come down, most of those are done like upstate, or like in a venue where if someone like has to be there for 2 days later. Like, so if you rent a venue, like at night, everyone's got to go home. Like, like God forbid, concerts over at like 11 or, at some point, and then, they close up shop and you got to go home. So if you have people over Friday night for a Sabbath meal and everyone drops acid, and it's Sabbath. So, if it's Orthodox related, no one's going home till Saturday night. So if they drop acid Friday night, you assume almost everybody is going to be.
They're going to observe the Shabbat.
Well, yeah, I mean that they're not going home till Saturday night anyways, or Sunday morning, and by Saturday night or Sunday morning, that they're going to be okay to be able to get back to work. And if for some reason there is a problem, they might be able to hang out there. So if um, there's people who have promoters, because someone has to be on key, like someone like money involved. Like if someone actually has an estate in the Catskills, like I don't know if you know, like the Catskills and the campgrounds.
No, I've actually never been to Catskills. I can imagine it's some mountains and there's some campgrounds. So,
You ever saw Dirty Dancing?
80s movie?
Yeah, like Jennifer Grey, Dirty Dancing, Patrick Swayze.
No, I didn't. But
Oh, I mean, historically, New York is very hot in the summer, and so people had bungalow colonies in the Catskills, the Poconos, a few hours away in New York, and would go there for the summer, for like 2 months in the summer during the hottest time to get out of the city. Or like the men would work and the women and children would go upstate, and the men would stay, in the city and work. And on the weekends, you go with their family. So there's hundreds, thousands of these bungalow colonies, and it wasn't a uniquely Jewish thing, but like all sorts of Jews had bungalow colonies. Until today, there's still hundreds of bungalow colonies. The vast majority of the bungalow colonies are empty during the winter. They're only used for like 2 months during the summer. Some of them have
yeah,
people out there,
I
but
used to work there. I guess they have these things in Maine too. I grew up in Maine, and we had this. I worked at a lakeside resort, and it was, I would say, 85% of the clientele was Jewish, and like there were some famous Jews that used to go there. Like, do you remember Drexel Burnham Lambert? Do you remember that
No, I
name?
mean we got my new friend Amy, who's from Los Angeles, and she's not Jewish, but yeah, like, looks like she has a bunch of Jewish friends, and she's familiar with some of this stuff. And she's talking like rich kid houses. So the purpose that I was mentioning, the Catskills, is not because of the normal functioning of the Catskills, but because these places are largely empty the majority of the year, especially during the winter. So,
Yeah, that's a very
so
northeast east. That's a
so the
northeast
place where
phenomenon.
the place where a lot of these parties take place are in these bungalow colonies in off season. And
Oh, I
so
see. Yeah, yeah.
that, I mean, that's the reason I was mentioning it. So like these, they don't usually take place in the, the bungalow colonies during season. But a lot of times, like, you could just be like a schlepper Jew, or, who has access. Maybe you work and have access to the bungalow colony, but because the bungalow colony is basically empty for half the year, or even three-fourths of the year, that you could have like these hippie gatherings in the off season at these places. And then like Amy was saying in the chat, like rich kid house parties, that in the city it would have to be like a situation. It's usually a rich kid house party where sometimes it's an older single person, but so you need a venue, and you need a venue where people could potentially be crashing there for like days at a time. So it's not just like a one night thing. You're going to have a night party. If you're going to do something like this, you might end up having a multiple day thing, and even like a crash pad. And so there has to be someone with a location. And so it's either upstate in the off season, or like a rich kid, or like an older business person who used to be a hippie or have hippie leanings that supports hippieism. And so you have like the crossroad between the business world and the hippie world, where someone has hippie leanings or a hippie brother and is like supportive of these things. And it's it's a big risk, because like one thing, it's illegal, and people could end up in prison, or you could have your professional reputation ruined, or and also it's not conducive to family structure. So if you have like a proper family and kids, it's not like the type thing you're going to have a bunch of people at your house tripping on acid. And so there's just the exception of occasionally, like like the rich kid with the absentee parents, or like the divorce or something, that has a big place, and their absentee parents aren't going to notice if they have a bunch of hippies over for a few days, even though they're probably going to trash the place and he's going to get in trouble afterwards, or something like that. Or they have to have like relatively be responsible. So you have your combinations of like irresponsible hippies that just like trash the place, versus like semi, like, so Duvid was always kind of the, we talked about this before in like terms of entourage, semi-responsible, that like Duvid, if something goes wrong, that like
You were the
someone,
straight man. You were the straight man in the outfit.
yeah, I mean, someone, someone gets sick, take someone to the hospital. If some, the police come, how to speak to them, and then like someone's going to clean up afterwards. And at that point, I wasn't a cook, so you also had people that were like good cooks, and you had like Jewish singers, because like they were Jewish spiritual.
Okay, so this party organization meant for Jews and Jews only, or was it just happened that way? It came through the Jews. You did it through the Jewish community, and so the clientele was mostly Jewish.
Well, the circles I was involved in were mostly former Orthodox Jews. So it wasn't exclusive. They weren't designed for Jews. It just happened to be that they were done by Jews, and almost all their friends were fellow Jews. And when you live in New York and like a internal Jewish community like that, there's a lot of distrust of outsiders, especially if you're doing illegal activity. So almost all of the ones that I went to were basically all semi-Orthodox Jews, and they were gathered around Orthodox Judaism. I mean, to say like we prayed, like like Friday night, everyone got together and prayed, and there would be meals, and everyone would chant and sing in Hebrew. So it wasn't like they were loosely organized. I mean, there were like hippies living in New York, and most of like the hippies in Manhattan were couch surfers and perpetually broke.
Mm.
And then there were like a lot of times like the womanizing careerists, like the mortgage brokers, stockbrokers, traders, who had career jobs, but like wanted to have sexual relations and would often hit on the hippie girls.
Mm.
and and then you also had like the rich kids, or just the network. So they weren't purposely organized. Like when I was doing concerts, like that was organized and we were trying to make money, and they were semi-professionally organized, as opposed to these hippie things were loosely organized, where a lot of these people were also involved in like had bands and concert promotion and like failed venues. But you would have a handful of like like your rich friend that had hippie sympathies, and usually was like a womanizer, so that their hippie sympathizers were kind of like like, are there any like cute hippie girls that need to surf on my couch? um I mean, God forbid, that's just the way it works. And then you would have whatever reason that the various elements come together, because like to have a successful event, you need the venue, you need money, you need a cook, if it's you need like Jewish singers and musicians, you need a few semi-responsible people that make sure no one gets arrested or sick, you need the dealers, uh, and so on and so on. So they're all basically loosely organized. But like sometimes, like if you do it, it's like, wow, this is awesome, and then next thing you know, like you're organizing them. And a lot of times they're actually organized by the dealers themselves, like in order to make the money. But sometimes you have somewhat like what's the word, like not altruistic but idealistic uh, Jewish drug addicts, spiritual seekers.
Mm.
So I might have been somewhat in that venue. Like if someone like Michael, like that is legitimately an altruistic, an idealistic uh, drug addict spiritual seeker, that the reason they organized the event was for the purpose of spiritual seeking through the use of drugs.
Mm.
And so in that sense, like, yeah, I mean, like there would really only be I don't know, like you said you had like Orthodox friends, or you were familiar with like Sabbath, you were at periods
They weren't Orthodox. I had like
but you were at periods of your life where people invited you to like Sabbath services or Sabbath meetings.
Yeah. They were like, I would consider them conservative Jews. They were.
But I'm saying, like, what would have happened if someone had invited you to like a hippie Sabbath gathering, and you're saying these aren't your typical Jews, like it's going to be an acid shop.
No. That I mean, I was very
And at that
anti-drug.
point in your life, you were more conservative. You might not have went.
Right. I mean, it's only very recently.
I was in my 20s at that point. Like, so most of the people were in their 20s. So like at this point, you would be like the sugar daddy. Like if you were invited at this point, like you would be the one paying. Like the reason would be like, you would be an old man.
Role.
So it would either be because you're putting up the apartment or because you're putting up the money.
Well, I'm always in that role of being the responsible one, right? It sounds like you're similar. You are. It seems like that's true for you as well. Like,
well, I mean,
you're the one that's expected to sort of take care of the boring details.
No, I'm saying, like, I mean, it's all relative. Like, but relative to the hippies, like I worked, I had a job, I was still semi involved in the proper rabbinic community, like serving rabbis, as where a lot of the other people were like completely on the outs, or I mean, so it's just relative, like like you can't, relative to the crowds I was involved in. So I mean, if I was really like conservative like that, I wouldn't have been in the party circuit at all.
Yeah. Well, I noticed.
But these are extremely common in New York. So if like in Manhattan, like really there's, I would guess there's probably like maybe even as many as like 10,000 of these former Orthodox party circles in New York. And so all over like Harlem, Bronx, Manhattan, Lower East Side, the Village, Williamsburg, Brooklyn, of Jews from Orthodox backgrounds that left Orthodoxy and party together. And some of them became successful in like legitimate and eventually go on to party promote for non-Jews. But most of them, it's just a phase that they go through. They leave Orthodoxy and they want to party, but because they were brought up in such insular Jewish circles, they're really only comfortable in insular Jewish circles, so they party together with fellow Jews, whatever the venue is, or the various circles of. But yeah, I mean mushrooms. Like so, I just mentioned like in Detroit, I'm not familiar with that. There's probably semi levels of like that, but there's not a large enough. There's only like 5,000 Orthodox Jews, and there's probably only circles of like a few hundred former Orthodox Jews, as opposed to like New York where there's really like tens of thousands of former Orthodox Jews, or Israel where there's even hundreds of thousands of former Orthodox Jews, and there's even like kibbutzes, whole kibbutzes like that where there's kibbutzes of former Orthodox Jews that are like hippie communes.
So what do you consider yourself?
There's actually history in LA. There were like nudist colonies that were originally set up like that started out as like former Orthodox Jews that God forbid, even things like nudist colony movements in LA like that I just read about, but in the history, some of the famous nudist colonies started out as basically all Jewish.
So do you consider yourself Orthodox or conservative? Or
I'm Orthodox, but I'm saying I don't follow the Orthodoxy proper, but like I'm still, because I was in the Orthodox camp, but I wasn't brought up Orthodox. So it's different if you went to Orthodox schools as a kid, because I'm a born again Jew. I went to Orthodox schools, but if I was brought up Orthodox and then left Judaism, you're like a former Orthodox, as opposed to me who was brought up secular and then went to Orthodox schools. So I mean, the denomination classifier, it's unique of these circles because you have former Orthodox Jews that float back and forth between the Orthodox world, either because they're family or because they're semi part of the Orthodox world. So like if I participate in Judaism, I participate Orthodox, even if I don't uphold the Orthodox standard. So that like even if I did, went to one of the the parties or hanging out with hippies, or didn't practice my Judaism, that if I decided to go back to Judaism, I would go Orthodox.
Okay. So do you want to shift gears and talk about entrepreneurship stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's random like Mike. I mean, Michael was asking me about that stuff, but he sounds like he, isn't so interested in that anymore. And like as you get older, like I'm not really that interested in that. Like I did that in my mid to late 20s, and even if something like that was going on, I wouldn't let that in my house. I mean, they would trash my house. And like even if someone invited me to something like that, I don't think I'd want to do the drugs. So I mean, it's something unique to like the younger years.
Yeah,
so even like in his mid-30s probably wouldn't be that interested in it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I don't even want to talk to people if I can avoid it. So do you want to shift gears and talk about the
selling books? Yeah.
All right. So are you presently doing that, or are you doing something else?
Well, I have my eBay.
Are you selling books and DVDs, or books, CDs, or just books? Do you have a specific?
I have about 1,600 items. Some of them have been up for years.
Mm-hmm. And you've all listed them on eBay, huh? You don't do Amazon FBA?
They're all on eBay, and I have a recurrent store. So the stuff that hasn't sold is constantly being relisted. So like I had a period where I had CDs, and I still probably have like 400 CDs listed. And I occasionally get CDs in, but I had DVDs for a while. I only have a handful of DVDs listed. There was a point I took down. I had maybe like 500 DVDs that didn't sell, and that were worth less than $5 each, that I took down and unlisted. They're sitting in my basement. At some point maybe I'll take down, but basically most of the things I listed are still up. And I have new inventory that like I just started getting records in, and I'll probably be getting like comic books, but I haven't started listing those. But books I have upstairs in my house. I have thousands of books that I haven't listed yet. And I have
So
1,600 unique items, but most of the items are set. So I probably have like 5,000 books listed because a lot of the books are sets of multiple books together. But about 1,600 unique items. Probably about 400 of those are CDs, maybe like 50 DVDs, another few random things, and like 1,000 of them are books. And most of the books are probably like 200 of the books are single books, and the other 800 of the books are two or more books together. And some of the books are sets of even like 20, 30, 40 books together.
so eBay is your only outlet. You haven't branched out into other outlets like Amazon.
Amazon charges 15%, so I'm not sure if there'd be that much of a benefit if I pick up more traction. But eBay charges 12%, Amazon charges 15%.
But the thing with Amazon is that you just send your stuff to Amazon. They store it and then they take care of everything. So it's like a one-time engagement, and then it's out of your life, and then money just shows up in your bank account.
Well, to Amazon itself or to a subsidiary who uses Amazon?
Amazon itself. FBA, it's called Fulfilled by Amazon. You ever heard of it?
I never looked into it, but no. So
It's definitely worth looking into. It's definitely worth looking into.
You're saying you just give them inventory and they come back with like a list, they put it up? Or
well, you've got to list it, which means you've got to put a sticker on it. You've got to use some software to list it, and then you have to print out a sticker, and then every item you put a sticker on it, a label, an adhesive label, and then you box it up and you send it to Amazon, and that's it. And then Amazon keeps it on their warehouse. They market it, they sell it, and then when it's sold, they send you the money. So,
but you still have to list each item individually?
Absolutely, yes.
But you don't have to box them individually. You could.
No, you can box them in bulk. You can box them in bulk. That's the route I went. And I have to say it's pretty cool. But there's a lot of little details. I'm glossing over a lot of details here. There are a lot of details. But once you understand them, it makes perfect sense.
Do you set the price yourself, or you just list it and they set the price?
You can set the price, but there's this software called a repricer, which prices it optimally. So not too high, not too low. So it prices it at effectively what it should be priced at. So you get it's priced to sell quickly, but also for the most money. So you can price something really high, but it may never sell. So that would be a bad scenario.
Yeah, I'm familiar with pricing, so I don't use a program like that. Yeah. But I understand exactly. And what do they charge? Like what percent do they take?
They take a big whack.
Well, then they take 15%. Even if you do it by yourself and do
it's more than 15%.
They take 15%.
Put it this way. When it's
all said, I'm a numbers guy. You just tell me a number.
Think about it as 40% of the sales price.
They take 40%.
Yeah.
And they charge extra for the shipping, so they
No. That's inclusive of all inbound shipping and all the other fees. There's a shitload of fees, but for simple math, think of it as 40%.
Well, if you have an item that's $10, they charge the buyer shipping, and the buyer pays for the shipping themselves. So they take $40 off the price, and then they charge the buyer separately for the shipping.
Yeah, think of it this way. Okay, if your
there's a difference. I'm just a numbers guy. Don't think about it. Just tell me numbers. If you're not good with numbers, you don't have to tell me numbers. But I don't need to think about it anyway. Just tell me like numbers and percentages.
All right, put it this way. It makes no sense to sell anything you shouldn't send anything to Amazon that can't sell for $12 or more. So if it doesn't sell for $12 or more, Amazon doesn't make any sense, because it's sort of like the minimum amount of fees Amazon will charge will be $9. So you'll make $3 on an item. And so I typically don't send anything to Amazon that won't sell for $20 or more. So that means that means I will get $10 and Amazon will.
Yeah, but God forbid, like less than like 10% of my books are worth more than $10. Like books are hardly worth anything. That's why I put them like in lots.
Yeah, so
like,
if you have lousy books.
I don't know, lousy books, but I was saying like almost no books sell for over $10. Even new books are hardly over $10.
Oh, bro, you're not.
I'm not sure like what kind of books are you getting that are like worth over $10? Like some of my math
books are $320.
Wait, because they're like antique or vintage collectibles?
They're collectibles, yeah. So sometimes you stumble on some collectibles.
And I had Arthur Miller's Lexus Nexus Plexus or something. I actually had 2 copies that I sold for like $200 and $150. But like, no, very rarely do I have books worth that much. I mean, after like, what are you talking like first edition like 100-year-old books?
Well, there's
some math books like some textbooks that were worth like $100. Like a handful of math textbooks that I got like $100, but even like $30-$40 for some math textbooks. But like I can't imagine like what type of books do you have that are worth like over $100? You're talking like first edition Mark Twain's or something?
No. I'll tell you. Okay, so the books that are worth over $100 or more are usually in a few categories. 1, old science books. 2, recent textbooks. 3, collectibles of a certain genre or another. But generally, there's a sweet spot of niche topics, right? So what you don't want to do is deal with fiction. Fiction is useless, right? As you say, modern fiction, useless. Things like fly fishing, auto repair, things that sort of have perennial value. These books can go for solid money. So how to fix like a 1965 Corvette, a book like that, you could sell for $50, $60, $70 because they're out of print, but they have value. So they're not necessarily collectible, but they're a niche topic that there's a fanatic somewhere that needs it. Not only wants it, but needs it. And they're rare.
Yeah, I've had a series. Like I had like a bunch of World War II books, of like jets and Navy books, and some of them were worth, even tens of dollars each. So I got made a few $1,000s off of these type books that we even sold for like $10 to $50 that were just various like World War II guidebooks to various like airplanes and Navy vessels.
Yeah, military books are very good. Military history is a very good niche topic.
I also have math books. Like I kept most of my math books. Like Springer books tend to be quite valuable.
Yes.
Like textbooks, depending on like the edition, the newer. But I'm going to make a few points. Like, just first off, if you just managed it yourself and did the shipping, you would only pay Amazon 15% or eBay 12%.
Right.
So you're giving it to Amazon for the 40%.
Well,
I guess you work.
There's a couple of reasons.
So like, I just ship my stuff. I have the equipment, so every morning, like right now, I have a CD actually sold for $20, which is more than most of my CDs. But I still haven't shipped it up. But like tomorrow morning, it'll take me, 1 or 2 minutes to ship it up, and because of that, I'll just pay the 12% and like the I don't know, it's like if it works out like 90 cents in fees, uh, and the buyer paid extra for the shipping, that if I'd done it your way, I would have paid 40%.
Well,
You just, the only
you're in
advantage you had was you didn't have to ship it.
well, your advantage is that you're in Michigan and you have a lot of storage space. I'm in the city. I don't have a lot of storage space.
Yeah, my
So
whole house is like books everywhere.
yeah. So if I were in the country, I would do it the same way. But it's just such a convenience to me to have them out of my sight, so
So,
that and the server, I don't really have time to be filling envelopes and talking to customers and all that kind of stuff.
well, I don't talk to any customer. Occasionally they message me or ask me for pictures or stuff, but I don't get that much interaction with customers.
Yeah, so I understand. Like it's a big debate. It just depends on your particular situation. Your situation sounds more conducive
But yeah,
to.
to me it doesn't seem like giving the extra 28% to Amazon for the service they're offering. But if you're in the city, or you're also working full time, that it's still profitable. That makes sense. But like, no, it's not particularly interesting to me to do it that way, because it just seems like giving another 30% to them. Even the 12% is like annoying to give them a full 12%. And that's why I use eBay. Like I thought about doing Amazon, but it's like, well, Amazon takes 15%, eBay takes 12%.
Yeah, to each is I think so. In general, eBay, there's a specific. eBay is good for ultra niche topics, ultra niche, right? Whereas Amazon is sort of more mass market. So there's distinctions to be made within categories of books. So I find eBay really time consuming to list, and maybe it's because I don't know how to do it efficiently. But I'm sitting on like 1,000 books that I just have not had time to list to Amazon. But with Amazon, I can to eBay, as I meant to say. But with Amazon, I can list $200 a day on Amazon using the FBA, because I just put a sticker on it and put it in a box. It's that simple.
Well, you just scan it,
Scan it, and then the software prints out a sticker. You put the sticker on the book.
and you don't have to do any price research. They do. You just trust their price research.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take me that long. And saying like, if you have a sellable item, I would say probably, like 25% of my items sell within the first month. And then maybe another 25% sell within 6 months, and the other half occasionally sell afterwards. So of items I've listed for years that occasionally sell, but full quarter of my items sell within the first month. And I don't think there's any difference between eBay and Amazon. If you have an item that's selling regularly, usually it's going to sell reasonably quickly. And I even have a lot of items that sell within the first week that I list it. And so I don't think there's going to be much of a difference between eBay and Amazon. And as a buyer, I will often check eBay and Amazon. So if I'm looking for a book and there's a price range, I will check both. Or if you do like Google shopping, both eBay and Amazon come up. So if you're looking for a specific item and it's a regular seller, there's very little difference between the regular sales price from eBay and Amazon. And there's very little difference between the time it takes to sell.
Okay, put it. Well, that's not
eBay will actually give you the information. So if you're searching, you have an item that's like multiple copies are selling every day, versus you have an item that's only selling every few months. So I mean, if you have a book and you look up the price history and the sales history, and there's only been like 10 that have sold in the last year, and you could price it on that, and depending on how you price it, it might sell within the first week or the price that you put up. But I'm not sure that there's a huge difference between the pricing and the sales time between Amazon and eBay?
My experience. Well, I have exactly one piece of anecdotal evidence because I had one book.
You're claiming that you get a better price at a quicker sale time. I mean, those seem like basically the two criteria.
Amazon.
You have the fee rate, how much they charge you, how long it takes to sell, and the price that you could get for it. And from my knowledge, it's not that big of a difference between eBay and Amazon in terms of the price or the time it takes to sell. I don't pay eBay. I never do like promotional and like to compare. Like if you're actually doing a deal and Amazon is promoting it and paying, so on eBay you could do that also. You could pay to have it advertised or advanced in the the search function come up first, which I've never done. And so presumably on Amazon they're doing that you're paying extra to have it your thing come up first or advertised. But I'm not sure that there's actually much of a difference between eBay and Amazon on any of those in terms of sales price or time to sell.
I have very limited experience at eBay, so it's not really a valid comparison. But Amazon's marketing effort, Amazon is top of mind for, I would say, 80% of people. Somebody looking for someone who's going to check Amazon first. They may not be so motivated as to then also go to eBay afterwards. So
well, to make your point, I mean, if you're talking traffic, the Amazon has significantly more traffic, but it may even like 4 more times than traffic. But eBay has a huge amount of traffic. So if you're talking like book sales, Amazon might have 4 times as much traffic as eBay, but eBay has significant traffic. And if you search Google Shopping, Amazon and eBay both come up.
Okay, well,
and in terms of price, so if you just want to get the cheapest item,
well, I'm going to give you an example.
And you search Google, it will show you both eBay and Amazon.
Well, let me give you an example. I had one particular book that I had listed on eBay, but then my assistant accidentally listed it on Amazon and sent it to Amazon. So on Amazon, on eBay, it sold for like $20. But then a month later, and then I couldn't fulfill the sale because my assistant had sent it to Amazon already. That same book later sold on Amazon for $40. So in the end, it worked out for me. It was a little annoying to have to deal with this irate customer, but at the end of the day, I made more money on Amazon than I did with eBay.
Yeah, that's just anecdotal. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Saying because if you're looking for a collector's item, you're likely to look at both. You're likely to look at both eBay and Amazon.
Well, let me tell you. This is how most people in the business think about it. eBay is for long tail items. The thing about eBay is you don't have any carrying costs. After 6 months at Amazon, you have carrying costs, storage fees you have to pay on an item. So if your item is extremely long tail, right, it makes sense to go with eBay. But if it's not that long tail, meaning it's likely to sell within 6 months, you should do it on Amazon because it will fetch you more and it'll be less work. The absence of work is a real thing, David. You have to value your time, right?
Well, yeah. So, but I mean, you're paying for it. So, like, I mean, I've looked into selling on Amazon. I know a ton of people who sell on Amazon, and I haven't seen the benefit of doing it. So, most of my items that have value, I will get market rate on eBay, and like if I list it, sometimes negotiate. I usually, I don't usually do auctions. I'll put it up, like a price range, and sometimes people will low offer, and I'll accept it. But almost all of my items of value have sold within 6 months. for market range, and that would include, and I use Amazon for price research. So if I have an item that's worth over $20, it usually sells within 6 months. I mean, if it has marketable values like that, is regularly selling, that it will usually sell within 6 months. And if I sell it for the same range that's going on Amazon, that if I look at Amazon and I put it in the lower range of prices, it will usually sell on eBay in a few months. And it's like most of the things, the items that I have that haven't sold are items where the shipping is cost more than the item, where, like the items are just a few dollars. But almost all of my items that are worth more than $20 sell within a few months, and they sell within the same price range that it's selling for on Amazon. So like I don't think there's really that much of a difference. And as I said, Amazon takes 15% as opposed to eBay taking 12%. And Amazon has carryover where like I pay the store and I get the listings, and then they automatically get relisted every month. So I have not bothered. I don't think there'd be any advantage for me to double list the items on both Amazon and eBay. So I haven't.
Right. Well,
I don't think there's any problem with Amazon. Like you use Amazon, Amazon does have significantly more traffic, but like as I said, most of my valuable items sell within a few months on eBay at the price range that like the price research that likely would be comparable to what it'd sell for on Amazon. And most of my more, for the items worth more than $10, usually I check Amazon for pricing. Like I'll check the eBay, and then I'll check Amazon also, just for an idea on pricing.
Fair enough. I mean,
I don't think there's really any value to say like, oh, you should do Amazon's better than eBay, or
right.
one way or the other. I think they're largely comparable.
Well,
there might be some advantages or disadvantages.
Well,
and I mentioned, to me, the main disadvantage is just Amazon charges 3% more.
Well, how do you get your items? Do you buy how do you get all your books? Do you go and buy them?
Well, that's the second question I was going to ask you. Like, where do you get these items that are worth so much, and do you get like a big bulk of them and just toss and recycle the ones that aren't worth anything? I get most of my items from my dad, who does hospice, and my dad buys stuff off of his patients because, God forbid, he's constantly doing hospice. He has multiple patients that die on him every month, and a lot of times they have things. They'll just buy like their book collections or CD or records or comic books, baseball cards. They'll buy them off of him, and he'll take the stuff that he wants for himself and then give me the rest. And then I'll cipher through them.
That's a sweet deal.
And
that's a sweet deal.
And then, well, I mean, so he has a connection because he's doing hospice.
Yeah.
That he has that, and like I'll usually organize and index all of them. So, but like if there's something more valuable, or that I could easily determine that's more valuable, or a larger set of things that I put up together, I'll usually pull them out. And like so books are like like regular Stephen King or Tom Clancy, they're worthless. They're worth like $1 each, and shipping is expensive. But if I have like like Barbara Delansky or Tom Clancy or Griffin or something like that, I put like 20 of them together. So I just had like a David Baladucci first edition, like a whole bunch of first edition. And they weren't super valuable, but I got like $125 for 20 books. So maybe worth like $6-7 each. And that was first edition. So like just David Baladucci, regular non-first edition. I also had some of those, and I put up like 15 of them for like $20. Like I got a little more than $1 each, but like, so I got a ton of those, like, so if my dad's buying books off of people, like I'm constantly have, the main authors that have worthless books, but I sell them regularly in lots. And, because the shipping costs more than the book, it only pays to put them together in a lot. But even that, like, okay, if I sell, 20 John Grisham books for $20 plus shipping, it's still $20. And, it's the bulk of my business, but occasionally there'll be more valuable stuff. And when I go through it, usually I take it out first, and I have thousands of books upstairs, and when I go through, I'll organize them by authors, and I got to take pictures and
Whoa.
put them together in lots, and then occasionally I'll look through and first editions or smaller publishers. If the book's worth more than like $5, really, if the book's worth more than like $3, it's usually I could sell it individually, and like shipping, the price keeps, like Media Mail just went up the price and it's going to go up again. But if the so if you're talking like if it's like a pocketbook, but like a book, it's £2, and shipping now is already like $4.25 plus like the package and the eBay fee. That I really have to get like $8 for the book for it to be worthwhile. And even if I'm getting $8, like I'm only making like $2 off of that, but I'll still do it. But if I do it in a lot, so like I said, like even John Grisham books that are worth nothing, but if I sell 20 of them together, like that's still $20. And so that's why I have all these lots, and I have all the popular like authors, like even romance novels, Delinsky, and I have some more valuable stuff. Like I have vintage Agatha Christie, and some like or pocket books. I have a lot of science fiction. Like my dad loves these old pocket book science fictions, and a lot of people have them. So I'm constantly getting, like Isaac Asimov, and some of them are valuable. I had like this Dolphin Boy thing. There was like some random science fiction like Dolphin Boy series, or the Shadow or something that will be worth a decent amount of money. That sometimes the book may be like $40-$50. I had a first edition Psycho that they made the movie out. I think I got like $40 for. Like the Shadow, I had like the Shadow series, a whole bunch of them that were worth like $10 each. I sold for over $100. But like the bulk of my stuff is like the 80-20 rule, that you make 80% off your profit of 20% of your sales, sometimes even more. But that's how I'm getting the books in. And then generally my dad is keeping the most valuable stuff for himself. So if my dad gets the lot and he takes the most valuable stuff out for himself, and then will give me the rest, and I'm organizing it, like I'm working for my dad, like I'm the one schlepping and organizing the various things. But so my dad's taking the best out for himself and then giving me the rest, and I'll take the most valuable stuff out right away, put it for sale. And I said a lot of the stuff sells within a few months. And then over a period of time, I have all these books upstairs that I'll organize, put up in lots, or sometimes search through one by one to see if they're worth selling. And I always look. So I have thousands of books upstairs, and quite a few of them will be worth $10-$20. Like even just a regular first edition of a fiction book. So most books aren't first edition, but like any like if it's a first edition, there's a chance it's going to be worth something. And sometimes, rarely, like there'll be these books that are worth like $40-$50, like some of these like Japanese books or small foreign books. Like I'll pull out like I've gotten pretty good now, because I've been doing it for a few years, to have a feel for what books are worth searching. And so how do you get your books, and especially like if you get books that are that valuable?
So two sources. One, library sales, which there's one every week, and sometimes they're like insanely good deals. So libraries, a lot of people donate their books to libraries. And you have to.
My parents go to library sales or lot sales, or and I don't know if there's scalpers like you that you're saying like you'll buy like a book that's worth $100 for like $2, or they know you're buying a book that's worth $100 for $40.
No, I mean the prices at a library sale rarely go above $3, and usually they're $1 for paperback, $2 for a hardback.
And you're saying they have like textbooks that are worth $100 that you could buy for $3?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And you're like the only one going there, or they're like scalpers?
No,
You have to
it's
get there
fiercely
early.
competitive, dude. It's fiercely competitive. It's an absolute it's an absolute feeding frenzy.
I mean, like Springer books, like those are valuable.
Yeah.
I mean, the textbook, like you have a lot of these math books, like Dover books are not valuable, but Springer books are valuable, almost all of them.
Yeah, and like because some of these book sales are around Stanford University, you'd get a lot of nice, scholastic academic books, Springer math books, like unbelievable amounts. It's like it's ridiculous. Sometimes it's actually ridiculous. Like the
We're saying you'll make thousands of dollars. Like you could go to a book sale and buy like thousands of dollars worth of books for hundreds of dollars.
oh yeah,
Or are you saying even tens of
easily.
thousands of dollars of books?
Well, tens
So
of
like a
thousands
limit,
at a
like
particular style? No, that's stretching things. Usually, I'll go to a book sale. I'll spend about $200, and I'll expect to make about $1,200 on the books that I've purchased. Does that make sense?
and I mean, do you like have like a scanner? Do you search the books?
Yeah,
Or
I have
you
a
just
scanner. I have a scanner. I'm one of those people. One of those disgusting people. You need a scanner. You absolutely need a scanner, but you also need like.
I mentioned, I mentioned the hippie drug deal, the hippie druggies.
Mm-hmm.
So like they were doing this with like textbooks years ago. I knew so many people, and they would even go to like professors or ask people, and they had this was like before Amazon, and they had like a special like company scanner that they would scan books and buy. It would have prices that they got like like this was even like 20 years ago. So they would have to get like a disc or something. So they had like some company that gave them a scanner, and so it was actually these like hippie Orthodox Jews that were and they would travel. They would go like university to university, and sometimes they would even go to offices. Like they would go to a university and knock on doors and ask professors if they wanted to sell any of their old textbooks, and they would scan it. And this was like at some point where you couldn't have like an internet access, they had to have like some program that was downloaded into their scanner that had prices.
Yeah, but now
They
the
said it got
scanners.
they said it got outcompeted. Like I think that business fell apart. That and I knew like even people came through Detroit that they would go on book buying sprees, and they all had their little scanner, and they all focused on textbooks because that was where the money was in textbooks.
Yeah, no, that's true. But now the scanners are set up to work. They
But it
use.
was ironic because like a lot of these like hippie drug doing former Orthodox Jews, that's actually like how they did their money, how they made their money, and they might only work a few months a year. They would do like on a traveling tour and buy a bunch of textbooks, and make the money for the rest of the year, and then they like do like acid and drugs the rest of the year, and some of them had like families, supported families doing it. So it's ironic that we were talking about that first
Yeah,
because like they were actually doing in the same business with you.
yeah. I mean, it's what do you call it? It's a grift. It's a game. It's
Well, it's not a grift. I'm saying it's just if you're, like kind of like a druggy Orthodox Jew, you want to make money as easily as possible. A lot of Jews are academic, so it's interesting. Be like a mortgage broker, but saying like I'm kind of like a obscure intellectual Orthodox Jew who likes reading textbooks. So it could be related to the personality. Like you're not going to be like a hippie Jew who works as a mortgage broker, although there's a handful of them. You're more likely to be like a hippie Jew that sells books.
yeah, yeah. Oh, well, right now it's like the golden era because everyone perceives books as being worthless, so they're willing to almost pay you to take them off their hands. You know, and some people, or they just want a pittance for them.
I have audiobooks too. Amy, you mentioning that I do have audiobooks on CD. I think I've sold all of them, so I don't know if I have any audiobooks, but I do work in audiobooks also. Uh, but I said like my dad has this option through hospice Although my dad loves books, so he does. Like my parents go to like the book sales, and they'll just like buy like tons of books, like just because they love books, they love buying things, and you have like libraries, estate sales. But like my dad has, an in to a constant flow of things, so we were able to open up a business together.
Well,
But
yeah, I mean, if you have enough,
I don't even. I'm not as entrepreneurial as you are. That you're actually like I wouldn't have it in me to like have like a scanner and scalp these scales. I wouldn't be able to do that. But like I mean that's a pretty good business model. So that's what you're saying. That's where you have the access, and you're saying if you're going to buy 20 or 30 books that are going to be worth like $20 to $100, or you're scanning them. Like you're not buying it unless you
no,
scan
but
it.
those are outliers. Like, it's not like I go in and I only come back with books that are worth $20 to $100. Most books that I end up buying are worth about $20, right? It's the outliers that are that can be worth as much as 100.
Well, but the way you're doing it,
300.
you're saying that if you buy it for $3 and it's worth $20, you're really only going to make like $6 to $8 off of it. You're not making that much money doing it. So if I was doing it and I paid $3 and sold it for 20, and after the eBay fees, like I might make $12 off of it, but because the way you're doing, you're only going to make like $6 off of it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I mean, let alone if you were buying in lots where the vast majority was junk. And like a ratio 8, I mean, you still have a ratio 80-20 rule if you occasionally have books that are a few $100s, but it's saying like, no, I mean, I sell a lot of books that are only worth a few dollars or in lots. Generally the books that are worth very little, I put in lots, but so the majority of the books I sell are really only worth $1 or $2.
Well, put it this way, I just bought 5,000 books for $1,000
in one lot, or are you saying
in one lot? I had to rent a truck.
Different. I'm saying like in a different. I mean, was it from a specific customer or was it like a book sale?
Well, it was through a friend.
You bought everything.
It was through a friend of a friend who does. They're called haulers. Haulers. You know what a hauler is? So if someone dies, what's that?
Estate sale, foreclosures.
It's usually somebody that's died, and so these people, we call them haulers out here, and they just go in and they clean out the place, right? And a certain percentage of the things that are cleaned out are books, and a lot of times these haulers just throw the books away because they're just not worth it.
I mean, if it's a foreclosure and you get a property, a lot of times like you're just going to toss it all. It's not worth. You're trying to decipher if you could sell it, and hauling it, so you just toss it.
Right.
If it's a foreclosure, if it's an estate sale, then there might be some venue of pricing if they have valuable stuff, but I mean, if you just like I don't know, like haulers is what you call it, but in a technical term, if it's foreclosed property or if they're estate sales. So if it's like I'm doing a foreclosure, if I buy a foreclosed property and it has a bunch of stuff in it, like in tossing it, you have to pay for it. So if you have to buy dumpsters, and it costs a few $100s per dumpster. So not only throwing out the books costs me money. So if you could sell it and get someone to take it for you, even if you only get, so if you bought 5,000 books for $1,000, not only did that guy make $1,000, he probably saved $200-300 on a dumpster that he didn't have to dump it.
Right. It's a win-win situation. Like this guy doesn't have time to like sift through books, and I don't have time to empty out a building. So estate sales are slightly different because people are selling the items one at a time, right? And usually for,
Well, I mean, you don't know whether you actually mean foreclosures or not. Or are you saying you are doing foreclosure? They are foreclosures. Are haulers foreclosures, or you don't know? They're not always foreclosures.
I think haulers generally deal with estates, meaning deaths. Like someone has died and the house needs to be cleaned out before it can be sold again. So these are haulers that just take everything out of the house, right?
On behalf of their children, or like people who didn't have children, or
no. If someone dies, the children of the deceased want to sell the house. I mean,
you're just not being technically clear enough. They're saying what person was in a business, what type of person is in a business where they buy real estate off of children of deceased people.
No,
and there's a foreclosure business that makes sense. But if you're saying who would have a business where they specifically are regularly purchasing property, or they're not even purchasing it. You're saying they're just cleaning it or reselling it. They're like a real estate broker that specializes in flipping houses for children of deceased people. I mean, it doesn't matter.
You're missing a key aspect of the thing. The haulers don't purchase the property. They simply remove the stuff, the contents of the house. They clean the house of all of its contents so that the property can be sold, can be marketed and sold to a new buyer, right?
I mean, the haulers are the real estate brokers.
No, the haulers are just paid by the hour. They have
just like a moving. They're like not like a moving company, but they're like a cleaning company.
Yeah, they're like a moving company,
and they're employed by the real estate broker.
They're
employed by the real estate broker.
No, they're employed by the estate. Like the family of the deceased pays a hauler to remove all of the garbage out of the house, so that they can sell the house and keep the proceeds of the house, right? You can't sell a house that's filled with someone else's shit. You just can't do it, right? So the houses need to be cleaned out. The people you pay to clean out the house, we call them haulers.
But I'm not sure if the logic it's sensical what you're saying. You're saying like, how would children of deceased people, like if it was the real estate broker that did this regularly, and they regularly work with haulers because they constantly have properties, but how would just a random person whose parents passed away, have a connection to like a company that like specializes in people whose parents just passed away? That
you don't have haulers in Detroit.
It doesn't appear like a technical term, so that's why it's not making sense to me. It doesn't matter, I guess, if it doesn't make sense to me. But I'm saying if they were employed by the real estate brokers, that would make more sense than they're employed directly by the family.
The broker,
like you're saying, you look in the phone book, like they're probably not called haulers. So like, God forbid, if my parents passed away and I have their house and I want to sell it, like I'm not going to look in the phone book for haulers. But if I called a real estate broker, maybe the real estate broker would regularly deal.
You know what the broker's going to say? Clean out the house and call a hauler. Call a junk removal. They may call it junk removal.
But the real estate broker is, if it's called the junk remover or whatever it is, the real estate broker is likely to have a junk remover. So saying your average person doesn't know a junk remover.
No, you as the son, you as the child of the deceased. It's yours. It's not the real estate broker's responsibility to clear out.
I didn't say it's their responsibility. I'm just saying that your friend independently has customers, or he's referred as customer from a broker. That's the only thing I'm making. It would make sense if they're referred to by a broker. Like
they would be referred to. Oftentimes, you would call a real estate agent, a broker, and they'd say, "All right, let's get the place cleared out. Do you need a hauler?" And they'd say, "Here's a hauler." 1-800-JUNK, as is allegedly.
That would make sense, because like your average person probably has no clue like who to call. And saying like, unless like your buddy like advertises like, did your parents just die? We'll haul the stuff out of their house for you.
Dude, San Francisco is filled with haulers. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like,
do they advertise? Are they like
they TV put it commercials? You never see those
like
trucks
signs all over the place for like.
You
haulers?
ever see a truck? You drive by, it says hauler, junk removal. Call me 1-800 get rid of junk or something.
No, I don't think I've ever seen that. That's why.
All right. Well, it's just a phenomenon. It's a known thing that people do here, right? So let's. I think we're being too autistic about this particular topic. All I'm saying is, this is a class of businesses that are potentially sources of big.
Well, I'm a civil engineer. Like I worked in construction management and construction related, real estate related things. That's why I was getting technical on the real estate aspect. So it's separate. It's separate than the book aspect. It doesn't matter. You have a connection that has, that has like if it's foreclosures or deceased people or whatever, you have a connection that regularly has is cleaning out properties, and a lot of it's almost parallel to my father. But my father is the doctor, so he's purchasing them directly from the person. Sometimes he purchases them from the kid that the parent passes away. And my dad is because he's doing hospice, he's familiar with the situation, and he'll just buy the books off the people
Right.
directly. But I mean, so my dad would be through his direct connection is one step ahead of you. That you're in the
It
case
sounds like
that my dad, because he's doing hospice, in many of these cases, is getting the books before it would even come to your connection. That would be using a hauler to get out of the house and sell it to you.
Right. It sounds like you don't need the service. Sounds like you have all the books you can use. So I'm saying if you
I mean, specifically because my dad is doing hospice,
right,
and so it's almost directly related to what you're doing. Like, I mean, we're almost getting from the same places. I mean, so it's very similar. It's just my connection is my dad who does hospice, and
right.
You have a connection with a hauler.
Yes. If it sounds okay, dude, all I was trying to say was that.
Oh, I mean, you just explained, but I was saying, like, we're basically doing exactly the same thing. I'm just getting it from my dad who does hospice, and you're getting it from your buddy who's a hauler.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, yes. I was just wondering if you needed additional sources of books, and it doesn't sound like that's the case. And if that's not the case, you don't need the services of a hauler. But if
I just happen to have a unique situation that through my father that we turned into a business.
Fair enough. And if you have all the inventory you can deal with, this conversation is moot. There's no point to the conversation.
Well, it's interesting just to think about the nature of securing inventory. So you're explaining it, so it was interesting, and just thinking that, like, so what would happen if my dad didn't buy these books off of these people? Like, it would probably get cleared out, and there would be a hauler, and the hauler would either toss it, or they would have a connection like you that they would sell it to in bulk.
Right, and you
just started doing this, or you've been working with a hauler for a while?
Well, so the guy that moved me into my apartment 12, 13 years ago, he had a truck, and he's both a mover and a hauler. Often movers are also haulers because they have a truck. This is the key ingredient that you need. So go to any moving company, right? And they'll have a moving service, but they'll also have a hauling service. You can approach them and say, if you get books and you want to sell them off as a lot, give me a call. And chances are they're going to say, yeah, we get books all the time and we throw them away. But now you can say, I'll give you a couple $100 for this lot of books rather than you having to throw them away. So if you want to, it's just a simple thing to do if you need additional books. I'm just networking with you, bro. We're just brainstorming ideas.
We're saying you've already done this, or well, I don't need really.
I did it because I happen to be friends with a hauler, right? I happen to know a guy. The guy that moved.
Well, are you trying to expand your business? Like, I don't need like hypothesis of how I could make more money, because I said I already have more books than I could deal with. But then you're saying, if you already have more books than you could deal with too, like, you don't need to like hypothesize how you could expand your business. But you're saying that if you have one hauler that gives you more than you need in your things, or you're saying like you're looking to expand your business, like, yeah, you probably could do that.
Well, I'm looking to expand. I need to actually hire people because I don't have enough time to do all the work. So
and so did you toss most of these books? Did you go through?
Well, like I just bought 5,000 books last Friday, right? And it's going to take me at least a month to process this. And that's a lot of books. 5,000 books is a lot of books, dude. I had to rent.
Are you new enough that have you been dealing with books long enough that you would have a field to go through and pick out the ones that are valuable?
Yeah, I used to work.
Or do you have to scan all of them?
I used to work at a bookstore years ago, many years ago, right? So I have a sense of what's valuable, but I use a scanner. All right, you want to know the whole situation? Because
you scan all of them anyways?
You scan it anyway because sometimes you get surprised, right?
What's the time function? You're saying that, I mean, yeah, you could sometimes get surprised, or you could just, there's a time function that you could go with your sense, and if you lose some of them that are valuable, it wasn't worth the time to scan all of them anyways.
Well, here's how it goes. So there's a hierarchy, right? You scan a book, you get a value, right? If it's a lot of money, you're like, okay, this is the Amazon pile. You scan a book and it's a low value. And this
You
is
should
what
be more direct and say, if you're saying like hypothetical, as opposed to saying like hypothetically, if someone wanted to do this
I'll say,
business,
all right,
they could do it,
I'll
as
use
just opposing,
I'll
this
use
is how
first
I
person.
do it.
This is how I do
Like,
it.
I don't care how other people could do it. Like, we could talk and think maybe how we could,
Do you want me to,
you know,
do you want me
best
to
trade,
rephrase
but you
everything?
might as well just tell me how you do
You
it.
want me to give you your secret sauce right now, bro? I'll just give it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of weird that we were saying like hypothetically, you could do this, you could do that. It's like, as opposed to, yeah. I mean, you're using like
Because
some
I'm
sort of like
proposing this because.
Judaic trickery. So
All right,
either you're
sorry,
going to
bro.
tell me how you
Sorry,
do it
bro.
or not.
Didn't mean to do it.
If you're not going to tell me how you do it, then to have like some sort of like weird trickery conversation where it's clear like you don't actually want to tell me how you're doing it.
Would you like me to tell you how I'm doing it?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be more productive, like easier to
fair
understand
enough.
conversation.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So so here's what I do. I find a book, right? Let's say I have 1,000 books. I scan it. It's either going to be worth $20 or more. If it's worth $20 or more, it goes into the Amazon pile. If it's less than $20, right? And this presupposes it's in saleable condition. So I would say 20% of the books that you scan aren't even in saleable condition. You just immediately have to put it in the trash pile, right? So you find the Amazon book that's worth $20 or more. I would say this is about 12, 13% of a random lot would be Amazon worthy. Then you have $20 and less. And then you have to understand, well, it didn't scan well, but then you have to use your own judgment. So if it's something, it's either going to be a book that I can take to a bookstore and get $2 or $3 for, or it's a book that I can put on eBay. So that's like a judgment decision I make. If I can put it in the bookstore, I put it in another pile. This is a book that I can bring to a bookstore and get cash for immediately, right? And so that's the second pile. Third pile is eBay. And then finally, the fourth pile is flea market, like, buy 10 books for $1 type of situation. So there's a filtering algorithm that you apply to a lot of books. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I do.
I mean, similar to, I get a lot. I pull out the ones that apparently are valuable, and I usually will put those up right away. And then otherwise, I usually separate my books into science fiction and regular fiction and nonfiction. And then from there, like, I'll separate them in size, like pocket books and full-size books. And then I'll alphabetize them.
So you're thinking about it the wrong way, if you don't mind my saying.
I'm not. Just telling you how I do it. Like, if you're claiming that like I'm doing it wrong or something,
it's not
like
wrong.
Like, I'm just telling you how I do it. Like, you tell me how you do it. That's fine. I'm telling you, if you don't care to know how I do it, like, I don't have to tell you.
I do care, but I'm just trying to share some information.
You're trying to like give me advice, and you're telling me I'm doing it all wrong.
Would you like advice, or would you like me to keep my mouth shut?
Well, I'm not sure. Like, you have to have some sort of goal, like oriented, like to say that even if there's necessarily even such a thing as a right or wrong way to do it.
Well, here,
or if you're saying like you could make more money if you did it otherwise, you could save time.
Oh, that's implicit.
Doing otherwise. I'm saying I get new books in, and I'll sift through them. I'll pull out the ones that I think are more valuable, and then I'll organize the rest. And usually, I organize them through. I have a few different sections, basically science fiction, regular fiction, and nonfiction.
Okay,
and then within those, I separate them based on pocket books and full-size books. So in each of my sections, besides the nonfiction, the fiction and science fiction, I have pocket books and full-size books.
Okay,
and then eventually,
right off the bat, we have very different philosophies, and I can tell you.
Then eventually, I finish. Like, so, eventually, I will alphabetize. Like the so I have a whole room of fiction, and I have a whole room of science fiction. And so, like, if I get a new lot, I'll separate them into the fiction, science fiction, and nonfiction. So like the nonfiction, I actually have like sitting here, like so the fiction and science fiction I take upstairs, and put them in rooms, and then eventually I will alphabetize them not into letter piles. That I have separate piles through A through Z, and then every once in a while I will go through the letter pile and lot them together by author, and then I will list them as a lot per author. So if I have right now 2,000 fiction, 2,000 science fiction, and I'm just going through my science fiction now, and certain authors, and then some of them, like I'll scan if they're in a lot, I'll put them together, and then I'll take a picture and I'll list them as a lot. If I notice that they're first edition or might be valuable, then I'll scan it, search its price, and if it's valuable, I'll list it as a single. But basically, I list everything. So after a while, if I have a big enough lot, I'll list them together. And so, like if it's something I mentioned, like John Grisham or something like that, that like I'm constantly getting John Grisham, and they're almost never worth anything. But once I get like 10, 20 of them together, I'll list them in the lot. And so that's generally my system. And so everything will eventually go up for sale. Occasionally, if the books are damaged condition or worthless, I'll toss them. So that's generally my system. So I have thousands of books. I just went through science fiction. I started with Z going backwards, so I still have, and I put together like Zeitel and Zackheim or various authors together in lots, and then I'll do like one letter a day, and I'll take pictures, and some of the single books that are first edition, I'll list them through, and if it happened to be worthless, maybe I'll put them back up and wait till I get multiple books by the same author, and then once they're listed, I have different sections of my house where I have the books that I already have listed, and those are also generally in the same pattern, where I have nonfiction, where I have single books. So I have where my single, and they're all in letter piles or letter sections. So my fiction and science fiction single books I usually have in the same piles per letter, and then I have separate piles. I have my nonfiction that I have listed alphabetized, and then the lots of books. I also have a section for westerns and like Americana. So like Louis L'Amour, Max Brand type books. Also, like a lot of them are worthless, but like eventually, like right now, I got like 30 Louis L'Amour books, and so I might put them all together. But I'll look through all my Louis L'Amour books, and these are all pocket books, and some of them might be vintage that might be worth more. But like the pocket books are maybe worth on average like $1 to $2 each, not much. But like I have 30 of them, and some of them might be the same one, so I might divide it up into like a few lots. If a few of them are like vintage or first editions, I'll list them together, and then once they're listed, I'll put them like in my Western section, and they're semi-indexed that if like I sell them, that like it's very easy for me to find where they're listed, and usually when I get email, like I get a message that something's sold, I'll immediately pull it out, and then the next time I have a sitting, I'll weigh it, print out a slip, and package it up, and then in the morning, at some point before I go out and manage a few properties, I will make sure everything's shipped out, and I'll stop by the post office on the way to work. And so my backlay on inventory, it's kind of like voluntary. So like I have, thank God, good thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of dollars worth of inventory, and so at my leisure I could go through and list them. If you have more problem with space where you got to toss stuff, or you also have a separate section where some of the stuff you're sending to Amazon, so that I don't have that differentiation because I don't have anything I'm sending to Amazon, And I'm not really throwing anything out. Usually I'm just keeping it and waiting till I have enough from the same author to list it together as a lot. And it's a lot of this stuff like sells. Like, so most of my stuff sells. Like I said, like a quarter of my stuff sells within the first month, another quarter within 6 months, and other stuff kind of like trickles in. And maybe at some point I'll go through. And so I noticed I had CDs up occasionally. Like I had CDs listed for $3, and then I was listening for $3.50 shipping, and now I'm listening for $4. So I was looking like, oh man, like I have like a few books or CDs up that I had listed for $3, because when I listed them, like maybe 2-3 years ago, shipping was only like $2.65, and now shipping for less than £1 $3.45. So everything that I've listed like in the last few months, like since January when shipping ran up, like is $4. So like but occasionally I'll sell something. It's like, man, shipping's $3, and because and I think they're raising the price on shipping again in another few months.
Okay, well, I think your algorithm is different than mine because you have infinite storage space.
I don't have infinite. I have
Well,
full
seemingly, from my perspective, right, it's infinite. Right. If you have a house with multiple rooms that you can store books in, that's infinite storage space. I don't have that. I mean, I have one extra room. It's filled with books, but I have
basically 4 full-size rooms of two rooms of inventory, and another 2 rooms of stuff that's listed.
Yeah.
And even my inventory, like I said, like usually my inventory, I organize right away. Like, so right when I get it, I separate into fiction, nonfiction, science fiction, and then I separate into pocket books and full-size books, and then into actually alphabet letter piles by author. So I separate not by title, but by author. So I put them into letter piles. So in my inventory rooms, they're already divided into letter piles by author.
Yeah. So to me, like, remember, I live on the 3rd floor. So everything I'm going to put in my apartment, I have to drag up 3 flights of stairs. So I'm going to be incredibly picky. Right? I'm not going to drag, boxes and boxes and boxes.
So you're saying you got 5,000 books, like you dealt with them
so I rented a storage space. So they're in a external storage space in Napa
outside of town.
Yeah. So I got to pay for that. I got to pay like, I don't know, a couple $100 a month just to store the books. Right. So I need to process them and then get them out of my hands. I can't just sit around. I can't just have them collecting dust. They have to be somewhere productive, or they need to be in the dump. So I have to, it's just a lot of churn. But because I'm in the Bay Area, there's lots of bookstores. I have several different outlets, so I can, basically I can sell books I can't sell on Amazon. I can still make money. I can pay for the cost of the load plus another times over. So I can get 2x of what I paid for a lot, but my real money making takes place on the books that I send to Amazon. The other stuff is just pocket money and cost covering. That makes sense. So if I spend $1,000 on,
no, it's like I said, like the Pre-Show rule. Like you make 80% off of 20% of your sales,
right?
But like your business, you have to do your due diligence, and so 80% of your sales is 20% of your profit. So if you just cut out 20% of your profit, you cut out 20% of your profit. So like the milk and butter of your business is your low, or whatever the basis is. Like your due diligence, you can't. You're just. So I mean, if you divided it, you bought 5,000 books, and you're guessing. You said
I would guess.
You think a full 500 of them are going to be worth more than $20? You said 10%. I would
say about 12 to 13% will be more.
So you're saying you bought 5,000 books for $1,000, but yet you think that you got $10,000 worth of books just worth more than $20?
Yeah, that's the model. I don't know if that's.
But I mean, you're saying by the time Amazon takes their cut, you're only making like $4,000 from that, or 5,000. I mean,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
worth more than
yeah,
10,000, but you're gonna get like $5,000, and you're gonna get that over 6 months,
yeah. That's
and
worth it to
then
me.
the other 4,500 books, you might only make another $2,000 off of.
Yeah, so make another $2,000 on books that I tote around.
You're saying like the ones that you're putting on eBay yourself, that are you're actually taking those into your house.
Yeah, so the ones that don't sell at bookstores, but that I think have value, I'll put on eBay. But
And
eBay
those
is
are
sort
in
of a last resort.
those are in your apartment.
Yeah, those that go to my apartment. Right.
And those you do like me, like you ship on your own daily, like every day, like you sell them, you pull them out, and in the morning, like on the time to work, like you take them to the post office.
Then I would do a filing system like you have. But like a John Grisham book, I won't even touch. I won't even look at it because there's just so many made that they have no resale value.
No, I'm saying they're more like a dollar to two or on average.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is shipping.
Yeah,
so
but you're not going to spend it.
The shipping costs more than the book. So that's why if you put them in a lot of like 10 or so books, but I mean, the main problem, if you want to say no value, but like, okay, so it's selling DVDs, like some books like literally have like no value. They're only worth like a few cents.
Yeah.
And like when it would do like DVDs, there was a lot of DVDs that were literally like they're all sold on Amazon for a penny. Books are less likely to be worth that little. A lot of books are worth actually like at least $1. But the problem is that shipping is these days like the cheapest shipping you could get is $3.65 plus the eBay fee. So I mean, it's almost like $5 in shipping, and with packaging and the eBay fee. That if the book's only worth $1, that it's going to cost $6 with shipping.
Well,
so it's not that the book is worthless; it's that shipping is more than the book.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I don't deal with a book.
And you're saying you're just tossing it, or you're saying you take it to a flea market, and
I would even you know what? I would even bring
get
it
like
to a
10
bookstore
cents per
they're
book.
going to laugh
If you took
at
it to a flea market, they'll give you 10 cents per book. So if you take 2,000 books to the flea market, you're going to get $200 for them.
Well, okay, flea market happens maybe once or twice a year. I don't do it regularly, but I wouldn't even bring a John Grisham book to a bookstore because I wouldn't want to ruin my reputation, right? I wouldn't want to be seen as somebody trafficking in sort of.
Yeah, I mean, you're using hyperbole,
right?
Like I mean, just saying like, no, it has a value. I mean, you can use hyperbole if you want, but it's saying like, no, I mean, John Grisham books have value. I sell them all the time.
Yeah, but like, how much?
I made $100 this year selling John Grisham books.
$100 this year, the entire year, you made $100 in John Grisham. You didn't make that on one single book. You sold
on like 200 of them.
But who has time to box up 200 boxes?
No, because I sold them in lots.
All right, but what, 10 lots of 20 or 20 lots of 10?
I just explained to you how I do it.
Okay, but
so as I get the books, I put them together in piles, and then as I get enough of an author, I'll list it collected. So I don't know if I made 200, but I was saying I probably sold like 50, 60 John Grisham books over the last year, of which I made $1 each. So maybe I made like $60, $70 off of John Grisham books.
All right. How much time did you spend?
No, I mean, they're not worthless. Like you and someone will buy a lot of 10 John Grisham books for $10 plus shipping.
But David, how much time did it take you to sell those lots of John Grisham books?
Not much at all. I'm saying like when I got the books, I
2
put them in the pile. At some point,
cumulatively, 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour,
probably like 30 minutes,
including shipping, all the stuff, all the sorting, all of the boxing, all of the eBay nonsense, all of that sort of administrative stuff.
When I eventually, I get more inventory, I put them in author pile. Eventually, I'll go through the letter and I'll separate it through author. And if it turns out I have 25 John Grisham books, then I'll take them down. I might divide them into like lots, like based on book size, like hardcover or pocket books or the duplicates, or if there's a series. And then I'll take a picture, and then I'll list it. I'll type the names, and it's not that consuming. It's only like minutes to make a listing, even if it's like 15 books. Like it's not going to take more than like 2-3 minutes to list it, to take the picture and to list it. And when I sell it, like I just bring all the books at once and pack it. It doesn't take me more than like 2-3 minutes.
Okay,
So I mean,
well, I'm not
it
telling
takes
you.
some of the time, but but no, I mean, I'd say like to make like $10 off of selling 10 John Grisham books, maybe takes me 10 minutes. But it's not like it takes me an hour to make $10 off of 10 John Grisham books. It takes me like 10 minutes.
I know, but you have to buy a box, right? You have to put them in the box. You got to tape up the box. You got to put a label on it. You got to drive
For
your
cheap
car
books
to
like
the
that, I don't use a box. I have these plastic slips. I'm not even show you. So, I mean, because it's too expensive to use a box. And I mean, I have the scale and I weigh it, but so for that, I would use like a plastic bag like this that cost me like 20 cents to buy, and I could probably fit like 15 hardcovers in here, and then I just and if like I might tape it up, I might like completely wrap it everywhere with tape so it doesn't break. So like even that, like so I have the lot, stick it in the plastic bag, even if I have to tape it everywhere, it's not going to take me more than like 2-3 minutes.
All right, fair enough.
If they're expensive, I
saying,
carefully wrap it. So I mean, if it was like worth $100, I have all types of stuff. Oh, but I have boxes, but for like cheaper books, I just use these cheap plastic packages. And like people are buying like cheap books. They know they're getting discount prices. They're not expecting like fancy shipping. I mean, occasionally they get annoying customers or they complain. But like no, I mean generally. So it's not that time consuming.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying that I think there's greener pastures and more high value books, right? I mean, yeah, you can make some money with the.
Well, I'm saying it's even profitable because I think
but you would never go out
from the time of inventory to getting the inventory. So if I get in like 10 more boxes of books tomorrow, and unload them from my car. When I get them in the table, I separate them, said immediately science fiction, Westerns, regular fiction. And so like Grisham would go into regular fiction. And then within that, I would separate them between pocket books and full-size books. And then I just take them upstairs. So like, if I got like 10 boxes, like 500 books tomorrow, it wouldn't take me more than like an hour, 2 hours tops to like unload them and separate them into piles, have them upstairs, and then the ones that I'm ready to sell right away. And then eventually when I, take the ones out of inventory to sell, if I do it by an author, maybe it takes, if I have like 200 books right now in my A pile, it might take me an hour to go through my A pile and then have that organized. And then when I list them, so I'll have the singleton books and then I'll have the lots of books. And so it's not super time consuming. So even if I made like $10 off of selling a lot of 10 John Grisham books, I don't think it took me more than like 15 minutes. And so was it worth like 15 books, 15 minutes to make $10? Well, yeah, there probably was like
$4 an hour. It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, so no, I mean, I basically do sell everything, and it's not like it's not like I'm spending an inexorbitant amount of time selling cheap books with my system.
But my point is, David, you would never go out and buy a John Grisham book to resell, right? You just happen to get them for free, right?
But I mean, they are worth reselling. So I mean, if you're using hyperbolic language,
well, okay, but
saying like I mean, John Grisham books like sell regularly. Like I sell John Grisham books all the time.
Okay, but on a
in fact, like John Grisham books sell more regularly than other books. They're just not worth that much. So and in the time, like okay, maybe it was nice and easy. You had one book. I had like a math textbook that I made $60, and it took me 2 minutes, as opposed to John Grisham books that took me an hour to make the same $50.
All right, put it this way. How much do you think you profit off a single John Grisham book? Profit, meaning all expenses included. How much do you actually make?
Maybe like a quarter.
Okay. So
no, I mean, but by the time like if you're talking like not talking like the
money
time,
that actually hits your bank account, dude. Actually hits your bank.
Probably like close to $1 each.
Okay. So you make $1. So therefore, how much would you be willing to spend to obtain a John Grisham book? What's the maximum?
I wouldn't like I'm saying I would never. You're like even my dad like I'm saying it's just because you get it in a lot.
Yeah,
and you're more likely to find a John Grisham. You're more likely, so a lot is more likely to have 5 to 10 John Grisham books than a Springer textbook.
If you want John Grisham books, instead of taking the dump, I'll stack them up and I'll let you come have them. Right? It's like
because the shipping's so expensive, and so I mean
right. The shipping doesn't make it.
Or making jokes off of it. But I say like no, if you buy a lot of books, like you're likely to have like if you bought 5,000 books, there's probably like I don't know, they might have 50 John Grisham books in it.
I'm
saying those 50 John Grisham
half
books
of them are unsaleable. I would imagine at least half are unsaleable.
I mean, if they're in crappy condition, but I mean, if the John Grisham books are in decent condition, like they're probably worth $1 each. And then so depending on your space and inventory, for my space and inventory pays to sell them. I mean, the only reason it doesn't pay for you to sell them is because of your limited space.
As soon as you put your hand, for me, if I put my hands on one of those books, I'm losing money. As soon as I touch it, I've lost money because I've lost time, right? So
you're speaking hyperbole.
I realize that. I'm being.
in terms of business, it's almost irritating to speak in hyperbole. Because it's like these things have like a mathematical value,
but there's opportunity.
And your time has a value, and even saying you probably could sell those John Grisham books. So I mean, you could use hyperbolic language, but actually, like even in your case, you have to see like your space. But so if you're going to have, so for me, it's not a big deal. Like I have enough room where I could have a whole bunch of. I have 1,600 items listed, and a lot of those are $1 books in lots of like 10 or more together. But that's a bulk of my business. So, it's a little bit more annoying, but it's not even that big of a deal. So like if I sell 10 John Grisham books for $10 tomorrow versus, one book that's worth $10, it might take me like 3 times as much time to wrap it. But it's not really that much of a difference to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's a calculation you need to make. I'm just trying to give you a feel for my particular calculus. And
if I were more busy or I had more valuable inventory, maybe I wouldn't bother selling it. Maybe I would just dump them. And like I do have John Grisham books actually regularly sell. So it's
so if there were like opportunity cost is.
I actually had like who was it, Barbara Delinsky, or like romance novels, Janet Devereaux, or something like even a grade lower than John Grisham books, like like romance novels.
Mm-hmm.
And I just noticed I had a lot of 10 or 12 I don't know if they're Barbara Delinsky books, and I had them listed. I even like someone probably even like low offered, so maybe I had like 12 books up for like $12, and someone offered me $9, and I took it, and like they'd been up there for like 2 years, so the price of shipping, so like still like they'd been sitting there in my house for like 2 years, and the price of shipping went up, but I still made like $6-7 off of it. And by the it took me like 15 minutes to find it, because like I didn't remember where it was that had been listed so long, and I changed my inventory, like where I was putting it, but like no, I still made like $6-7 off of selling that lot. And so like if I didn't have the space, but like okay, it was sitting there for like 2 years in my house, this stack of Barbara Delinsky books, but like eventually it sold, and it didn't take me that much time to list it. It didn't take me that much time to pack and sell it. It just was sitting in my house for 2 years.
Okay. So no, I understand
I
your
was saying that like
situation.
John Grisham wouldn't be sitting in my house for 2 years. Like almost all of my John Grisham gets sold within like Stephen King, John Grisham, almost all of that, like I'll sell within a month. Like I would almost guarantee if I listed like John Grisham books, they'll be sold within a month.
Yeah, fair enough. No, I understand the formula you're working with. So
I mean, it's just because the shipping's so expensive. You have to and you have to pass the shipping on to the customer, that you have to sell them in bulk, so that does a buyer really want? So even like your eBay, if you're selling a book for $2 or $3, and then what you're charging like $5, $4 shipping.
yeah.
So I mean, the buyer's already paying more for the shipping than the book itself. So if the book really, you're saying, so the John Grisham books are really worth like $2 each, and because the shipping. So like if I'm selling it for $1 each, if I have like hardcover books, 10 John Grisham hardcover books, and I got to sell them for $10 and then charge $10 shipping. So like the buyer's paying $2 each. It's just that half of the money's for shipping.
No, I get it.
And if they bought one book, I charged $1, they would be paying $5 for the book. But if they buy 10 at a time, they pay $2 per book.
Well,
So I mean, your issue is more your space, and like I mean, if you're in the city, you're saying you're just doing it extra income, or I mean,
I'm trying to build something for the long term.
In your case, like if you looked, you might, if you're honestly telling me that you paid $1,000 for 5,000 books, and you think that over 500 of the books are going to be worth more than $20, you could probably just throw out the other 4,500 books. I mean, it has residual value. So you're saying like, well, if you're making 5,000, you just made $5,000. So you might make another $2,000 on the other 4,500 books. And so you're not going to throw them out because it's still another $2,000. But I mean, you could have a calculus where you're saying like, no, I mean, you just, you made, $4,000 or $5,000 and threw out 4,500, 90% of the books. And you're only making another, $2,000 off the other 90% of the books.
Yeah, that's basically the way the formula works.
But I mean, money's money. So even like the other stuff, like
but when I sell books,
you're using hyperbole, but like no, I mean those John Grisham books are valuable and sellable. So if you're throwing out those John Grisham books, you might use hyperbole, but it's like no, you're throwing out money. It just doesn't pay for you to, or you don't have a method to capture that value.
Right. I don't have the time or space to deal with books that are only going to make $1 profit. That's correct. So I can bring a certain percentage of those books to one of
even the time to organize them. So you're saying like, if you had the space and you're like, so if you accept what I'm saying, that like, no, I mean, John Grisham books actually sell pretty quickly and you could probably get on average $2 each. So if you have 5,000 books and it pays to, pays to pull out like the 40 John Grisham books, because you'll be able to, because that's $50 that you want to throw out $50, or do you want to pull out the 40 John Grisham books and put them together as a lot? I mean, you just threw out $50. If you did have, so in that case, like you just threw out $50 and maybe paid for you to throw out the $50, but like the reality is you threw out $50.
Well, in truth, and this is a little bit embarrassing, but I don't actually take them to the dump. I bring them to Goodwill. I donate them to Goodwill. So, like,
but I mean, do you actually go? I mean, if you actually go through the trouble of organizing them, so if you just put them in piles, and then you have a junk pile, you have like but you're saying you scan all of them. Is the John Grisham you don't even scan it?
I don't even bother to scan it because I know
maybe
immediately I can't make more than $1 on it, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you open it to look if it's first edition, or you could tell it's not first edition.
It's not even worth the time for me to look.
Well, no, I'm saying it's first edition. It might be worth like over $10.
Yeah, still, that's like a needle in a haystack. I'm willing to take that loss. what I want to do is I'm looking for the niche books that I can make $20, $30, $40, $50 on.
And you're saying you don't have to scan all of them. Like if you think there's,
well, obviously,
I mean, did you already do it? You're saying you already have these 5,000 books? You already went through them, or you didn't go through them yet?
I haven't even gone through them yet.
You didn't even open. You have no idea.
I just moved them. I almost killed myself moving them. I had to rent a truck. It was a 16-foot truck to drive. I've never driven a truck that big.
I mean, what if you're wrong and like only like 50 of the books are worth over $20?
Yeah, then I'll be pissed. But you can sort of get a sense. Now, I'm not, it's not the best load I've ever got here, but
I think your numbers
I'm at
are
least
off.
gonna break
Like
even.
I've seen from the lots I'm getting, and even my dad's already pulling out the better stuff for himself.
Yeah.
But to say that 10% of the books are worth over $20, like that sounds a little bit high.
I can show you.
I would guess more that like.
I'll show you the numbers. I'll show you. I actually have those stats. I can show you.
I mean, you're saying you've been working with haulers already, and you know that working with these haulers that on average 10% of the books are worth more than $20.
Well, yeah, haulers are my least preferred way of working because the percentage is low, right? Libraries.
Yeah, I'm guessing like if you're working a hauler, I would even imagine that you might only be like 2% are worth over $20. And that's like you're hauling from like rich,
I would say
you're hauling from like rich neighborhoods or something like like mansions or something.
Yeah. So, well, you have to occasionally there's going to be a few multiple like.
You're saying like you're in college towns where
there's going to be 100. There's going to be several.
Where the number of textbooks is like higher percentage. That I mean, so like my dad is not in a college area. Like there's only there's a small university, community college. So like, if you were in Ann Arbor and you were doing hauling, might be more likely. But like, so where my dad's medical office, like a minority of the people are college educated. So it might be a difference in that, so they might be more likely to have like World War II books or something that are worth more, but there's going to be a smaller amount of college textbooks because the areas and less people are college educated. So, I mean, if you're looking at an area where people disproportionately have a lot of textbooks or something like that, but like, no, unfortunately, in my dad's area, they're more likely to have like Stephen King and John Grisham. And then, if I'm going to find a few like World War II books that are more valuable, they're not, rarely do they have textbooks because they're not, generally college educated like that. Or also if they're hospice, they're older people. If they do have textbooks, they got, you're saying you're doing people who passed away. So like, they got textbooks from like 50 years ago.
No, well, yeah, textbooks generally don't come from haulers. So haulers will have a lot of niche topics though. So
you're saying like their fly fishing book that happens to be worth $20, 50, like or
fishing, hunting, all people, anything around a hobby seems to like retain decent value. But fiction, no way. Fiction is like bottom.
What do you mean? I mean, it's really just supply and demand. So if you mean,
well, you know what the best category is, David?
Like a low print picture book that retained its value. So you're talking like a countertop, like bigger hardcover book that has pictures that retained that was low print and retained its value.
So those big coffee table books are actually bad buys because they weigh a lot. So the inbound shipping cost is quite high. And people really don't buy them. They don't buy them on Amazon. So
I didn't necessarily mean like you like coffee table books, but saying like like if you mention fishing books, it probably has like a lot of pictures, and I mean maybe softbound or not like one like like I said like I didn't mean it's like coffee table books are usually mass printed, so you're talking like a niche specialty book that had a low printing value, a low printing and retained its value. Or even on occasion, if you're talking it went up in, if you're talking about it being worth, I mean, one thing you're talking older people, you're talking books that they bought years ago because okay, books within the last 20, 30 years maybe cost more than $20. But if you're talking older people that have had the books for decades and it's worth $20, it's because it went up in value.
Yeah, I mean,
I was surprised. Like my dad gave me, he had like a book on UFOs and a book on like, guns.
yes, I was just
And
about to say that.
and those
UFOs
were,
are
those
the
were worth
best
like $40. I was surprised. I looked at it, it looked like just some junk book, and even in the condition, it wasn't in the
Any
greatest
book
condition.
having anything to do with UFOs is you'll be blown away by how much money they're worth.
Yeah, I looked it up and I was surprised.
Yeah.
And like maybe books on like cigars or guns.
Yeah.
But I mean it's
when
really,
I go to a sale,
it's
the
just
first thing
supply
I
and
look for is
demand.
UFO books.
So I mean, what you mean, you mean low run printings, because they were niche books that were not printed by a major publisher and had a low run printing and therefore retained their value.
Yeah, and it's a fanatical interest. The people that buy UFO books are fanatics, right?
I mean, in
UFOs
that case, you're talking about something that even went up in value, like a book that maybe a person paid $20 for, and was now because it's out of print, and someone paid $40 for it, even though it only cost $20 when they bought it.
Yeah, it might even be worth not even selling it and just holding it for the long term, because those will appreciate over time. UFO books, anything about UFOs or conspiracy, like David Icke books, the lizard people guy, his books are fucking
God forbid. I held on because these were my personal books in my library, but after the Kanye West thing, those Nation of Islam, secret relation between the blacks and Jews, were like going for like $200.
I know, it's weird.
And like I had the whole series, and I bought them on the street from Nation of Islam directly in New York. I bought them like straight off of like books, Nation of Islam booksellers on the streets of New York. I probably paid like full like $20, but I think the price went back down. But for like a brief time, they were like selling for like $200.
Yeah, they're
almost considered selling them, but I feel like okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's where you have the advantage. Like by having space, you can hold on to books. Like if somebody is shot or some sort of weird event and somebody becomes meteorically famous, and you have a book about them, the price will go up.
Ironically, like the Cosby Show had went up in value when he got like charged with rape. Yeah. Like I'm not sure exactly, but like I had like the whole Cosby Show and I was selling those, and like it was like related to like I think like one of the women that he was accused of raping was in the episode, and like that one actually it wasn't worth much more, but like they were selling for like $2 per season, but the one that had like something related to the rape case was like worth like $10. Yeah. And sometimes you don't know, like you look at the price and you sell in like certain like I put up certain books for like $50 and they got sold like the next day. I had this Japanese book and I was looking like I couldn't tell how much it was worth, and like a few people were selling it for like $100, but looking at like average price and sale price, and like I put it up for like $40, and then like the next day it sold. I mean, so someone probably had like a search on it, so when I put it up it appeared. So it happens occasionally because like you don't know how to price things a lot of times, and like sometimes they don't sell that often, and you'll see a few people selling it for like $100, but the other people look at the sales history price, and the only recent sales were like for $30-$40, and you're like, okay, I'll put it up for $40, and then like instantly when you put it up for sale, it sells the next day. I don't know if you get stuff, I mean, because you don't sell them directly like that.
So no, but I've had stuff with Amazon, like the day it's listed, it sells. Like
I would say even a certain amount of, not much, like maybe like 2% of my things sell the first day, but a full like 25% of my items sell in the first month.
Yeah,
and a lot of them, like okay, like I had a good lot. I got in a whole bunch of Criterion DVDs, and they're pretty valuable. So like however my dad got them, but like when he gave them to me, some of them were Blu-rays or DVDs. They were worth. I put a lot of them up for like $15, and like I looked at the sales price and the range and like Amazon prices, and everybody low offered. So like almost none of them sold, but like everybody low offered. So I have them for like, usually I like try to get, like I'll sometimes like 25% under, but like I remember, I don't, the Criterion Collection DVDs.
Not really. I don't deal with DVDs because I'm worried that they're scratched and
Yeah, I mean, you
defective.
have to be careful of those. And so you have to have know that you're getting from a quality, a source where the quality's good, and if you actually, take quite a bit of time, if you actually have to, put them in and test them. So, I usually, have to give a full refund if a person complains, but thank God they were, pretty good quality. But I was saying, I was mentioning it because, they sold instantly, but like within a week, almost like 75% of them sold within the first week, but like everybody bargained on them. So like I put them like average price $15, and I probably got like $12 on average. So it was kind of random that like almost no one bought it at full price, but like right after I put it up, like instantly I got people like low offering me. And I don't know if you get that sometimes on eBay. Like I'll negotiate, and like sometimes I'll like do offers. So like if someone gives me 50%, like I usually don't like going more than 25% under, but like sometimes I'll go under, and sometimes I'll go back and forth. Then like I also like I combine shipping, like message like combine ship. So I don't know how much you enjoy like haggling or negotiating.
I hate it. I want to have as little. I optimize everything to be
It's
as
not
easy
that
as
time
possible.
consuming. I'm saying if someone offers half price and then you offer put it to 80% and they go to 60 and you agree at 25% off, it's not like it's all that time consuming.
Well, even if it's 1 minute, it's like one more thing to do, and I just don't want to do anything. I'm
Well, I mean, you
embarrassed.
can do it all at once. So I'm saying if you're by your computer and you instantaneously get message anytime something happens, or you just set a time, and like so occasionally you wake up in the morning. So if it's a busy night, and you sold like 5 items, and you have offers on 3 or 4 items, and you just do it all at once. It doesn't take more than like a few seconds each.
Eventually, I may get to that, but right now, like,
And usually it's in the morning, like when you wait. I mean, it's like if you're at your computer anyways, and you just like you like. I mean, nothing's happened on my eBay. We've been talking all for like a few hours, and nothing's happened on my eBay. I have the option to send 2 offers. So just looking right now, I have Star Trek, a pocketbook that's only listed for $1.50 plus shipping, and so I'm going to offer it for $1, which would almost be a wash. And then I have Stanley Weinbaum vintage paperback 2 books for $8, and I'm going to send an offer for $6. That's because on eBay, because someone's following it, that I have the option to offer a lower price because someone's following it. But so no one's offering. No, I don't have any activity. Just that someone recently followed the item, because they followed the item, I could send them a lower offer. But like if I wake up in the morning, I'll have the stuff that's sold, the stuff that I've got low offers on, and then the stuff that people have followed, and I have the chance to um, uh, send an offer on. And then also I usually reply to feedback. So I just items look great, thanks. So I'll reply, you're welcome, enjoy. And so I usually check my eBay constantly, and like every hour or so I'll check. And if I sold a book, I'll usually like right away, like I'll go and get it out and put it on my table, and then at worst case in the morning, sometimes like every hour or two, if I get a few books ready, like I'll do it all together. I'll print out the slips and pack them. So
yeah,
like
no,
I have 100. I have right now. I'm sitting on 100% seller. No, actually, no. I have one negative in the last 6 months. So I have a 99.8% seller's rating, and I have like over 99% of my books I ship out within one day. I don't offer free returns because like people really take advantage of that. eBay forces you, like you really have to give free returns anyway. So even though I don't offer free returns, if someone requests a return, like you basically have to give it to them. eBay almost always sides with the buyer, and so if there's a problem, I'll try to negotiate, give them back some of the money. Sometimes I'll give them the full value of the item, and let them keep it and not the shipping. If they really complain, like I have to take the whole loss on the shipping. But in order to be like a top seller, you have to offer free returns, and there's just so many people that like buy stuff and return it constantly. So
Yeah.
like it hasn't been worth offering free returns. Maybe if you were selling more expensive items, but like the shipping's more valuable than the item. So in for like half the items I'm selling, the shipping costs more than the item. And if people, if I was offering free returns, I'd just be going broke from all the shipping expense.
Yeah. And Amazon does make returns really easy, but they return to Amazon and not me. But yes. But like I said, like you need to optimize for whatever's most precious to you. And if time is precious to you, you want to, I'm willing to pay the extra for the full service that Amazon provides, rather than to even have to do one thing, right? Because it's just a change of mind frame that I'd rather not have to do. I mean, I do have a full-time job at the same time, so I'm just trying
So
to.
you have eBay. You don't offer. You're not top rated seller. You don't offer free
I don't
shipping.
do eBay. Yeah, I did 2 things on eBay this past year, and one of them got screwed up. It was like, the other one went to Hawaii, and it takes like 2 months to ship stuff to Hawaii, which is weird, but whatever.
When I got international selling enabled, and even my one negative thing was like, it was something nonsense. I even have it like written that like the guy, like I don't think I really deserved a negative, and I even commented exactly what happened.
Yeah, there's a small but annoying percentage.
And it was actually like Japanese anime.
Yes.
And like I offered the guy to return it, and he was like, something like try to extort the prices on you. And I was like, well, just return it. And they didn't want to return it and left me a negative remark. And I commented on it like the dude was trying to extort money out of me.
Yeah. Well, that's the topic for where you.
And yeah, I mean, and unfortunately, like eBay almost always rules in favor of the buyer. So if the person requests a return, it doesn't matter. You like almost always have to accept the return. And so you try to negotiate. So like if someone says something, like I'll immediately kick them back a few dollars. And at this point, like because I have a almost perfect seller's rating. If a person really complains, I'll just give them a full refund, let them keep the book, even give them a shipping refund. And like sometimes I'll go 2 steps. I'll first give them a little refund, and if they keep on complaining, I'll like full refund and let them keep the item, and then if they complain, I'll even have to refund the shipping and take the loss on shipping. And then also occasionally I'll make mistakes packaging. Like I'll have 2 items and I'll mix match the packages and send them to the wrong person. Yeah. And usually then also I'll just give a full refund. If it was over $20, I would probably try to get the item back. Like, so if someone would refund and it was like, so the anime books were worth like over $30, and I would just return them. And then he wanted a larger refund. Like I'd made some sort of mistake, but like I would return it and he wouldn't have cost him anything. And he wanted a little bit more money back, like because he was trying really to extort money out of me. Because like I gave him more money back than the item I made a mistake was worth on.
I know. Sometimes you just have to take a loss, It's just,
I just had to take a negative feedback.
Yeah.
And so my regular buyers, I even replied on his comment to explain my version of it. And I actually had like bad experience with like selling anime, like the people who buy anime, like picky, cheap buyers.
Yeah, they're often children and pedophiles.
But yeah, if it was, God forbid it. But if it was like $20 and there was a mistake, I would probably, do the return. And then occasionally, I'm not sure if you ever did it where, you let's say you had 2 items and you mismatched the package slips and you shipped the wrong items to the wrong people. And so, you could just give them a full refund, including the shipping, and take the loss, or you could send them packaging slips to try to correct it and be like, oh, I sent you the wrong item and this person the wrong item. And, so instead of having them return it to you, you send them the package slip so that they could forward the package to the person it was supposed to go to. So I'm not sure if you ever had that happen to you.
No, and I wouldn't trust anybody to actually pull it off. I have zero faith.
Yeah, like it's well, I mean, because you message people, you talk to them, like, and a lot of people sell books also. So it's like, a lot of people, it's like, I'm also an eBayer. And like I talked with Luke Ford. Luke Ford was like, like I mean, they got you in a Monopoly, like that 12%. I mean, you're getting like 40%. But I'm saying even just like, 12%, like they already charged me like 90 cents. Like they already charged like a huge fee. And I pay like a monthly subscription and they take 12%. And it's just like a Monopoly. It's like really 12%.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do. Amazon's 15%, and you're paying like 40%. There's nothing you could do about it. And then like also like they don't allow you to deal off Amazon. Like it's terms of service. So like if you try to exchange information on eBay, like they like have like AI scanning your messages, and they'll like message you like you're not allowed to circumvent them, and they'll claim they're doing it for your sake. They won't claim that they're doing it because like that's their profit to make. They claim that like they're doing it to secure your transaction. And so like it's kind of nasty, like the monopoly they have. And so okay, Amazon has substantially more. Like Amazon probably has 4 times as much traffic as eBay. But the full 15%, that's a lot of money. Like, I mean, I guess you're making money, so you think, okay, like I'm making money, even though Amazon's taking 40%. And even if you're thinking like, like on eBay, they charge you a fee already, a listing fee. So like eBay could probably have a profitable business just with the listing fee, but like added on the listing fee, they like 12%. I mean, it's a huge amount.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
But there's really nothing you could do about it. I mean, there's no better.
There's nothing. Your
there's other booksellers. There's like
Abe
Books, and I mean, there's other ones that have smaller. And I don't even think like Abe Books or the other booksellers. They're like up there over 10%. So I mean, there might be a few like booksellers that have almost no traffic. I like I opened duva.com for my blog, so I could pay. I think it's like 60. It's not cheap. It's like it might only be like $20 a month. And then I would be able to list items directly on my web page and take money. So like I considered like, so I had more valuable items that I could sell them directly from my web page, and then just paid like the $20 monthly fee to GoDaddy. That I'm using GoDaddy, and I think they take like 3% of the credit card transaction. So I considered like if I had more valuable items, like if you're accurate and you're getting 500 books, worth more than $20, and maybe like 50 of those books are worth more than $100. And then so like, yeah, $100, eBay, that's $12. If I could sell them, but my webpage has no traffic. Like, so I'm not and eBay wouldn't let me advertise my web. I don't think I could advertise my webpage. They're both duva.com. But like, yeah, I consider that eventually I'll start listing items on my webpage. And I don't know how many followers I have. 172 followers on eBay.
I remember when eBay was new, and I used to have a website way back in the old days, and I would just send them, if you want to buy more stuff, here's my website. And I was doing this, and it was working. And then one day, eBay dropped the hammer on me. They told me not to do it anymore. They gave me a strike or something. Anyway, dude, I'm exhausted, brother. I think I have to go to bed now.
Yeah, nice getting up and interested to talk about the books. And
Yeah,
You know,
I think
I'm glad you got into it. You know, like I'm a bibliophile,
yeah.
so thinking like I was saying, like like that we were talking about the Jewish circles, the drug users, like Jews in general are bibliophiles, and so it's random. A lot of them were in the same business,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
so
that is a niche, by the way. Anything around Judaism sells very well as far as niche
well, I mean, they
topics
weren't
like
selling
Judaism.
Judaica. I'm saying they were just in the book selling business.
Mm.
They, at that point, they focused on textbooks. A lot of them, the majority of them, exclusively did textbooks because they just figured that was
Yeah.
where
So
the
is this what the early 2000s?
yeah, there was, I mean, even a period like they were, some of them were making even like over $100,000 a year, and they would go like on a month. I had one friend who had an RV,
Yeah.
and he would like just travel the country, and he went to just college towns.
Mm.
But
Yeah, that's a big
the
business.
business ended like over 10 years ago. Like the company or whoever that's doing it, the competition, direct competition from Amazon, eBay got too much, so that already ended like 10 years ago. But there was a period of time like a lot of these people were making like over $100,000 a year, and they even only worked a few months a year, usually doing like a tour.
Yeah, textbooks are still a thing, but a lot of them you can't sell on Amazon. You have to sell them on eBay, but they have to be recent. If they're over 4 years old, chances are they're worthless.
And they
So,
didn't, at that point, like they didn't even directly sell them. Like
yeah.
that dealer, like they boxed them up, and they had a price like that they would get for them. So their scanner listed the price that the company would give them for them,
Mm,
and then they would just box them up and send them to the company, and they got that
mm.
amount. And they had like some like special payment method, and it went out of business. They stopped doing it like a decade ago. But some of those people were making almost like 100,000 a year, and so it was like specific. Like I don't even know the name of the company that was doing it, but like all these hippie Jews like did that, and they would all travel the country, going to college towns, and it was pretty lucrative. It was a window of opportunity type thing. So
Yeah,
we're like grinders. So there was a period of time where there was a lot more money in it, and if you were in a Jewish circle or something, like word of mouth, and they cut each other in on it. So like now we're kind of like grinders, and if you're like, okay, I got my connection because my dad through hospice. So if you're working out connection, or if you're that guy who's going to the book sale and with your scanner, and just trying to make money, and you
mm.
got to get there early, and you're there like 6 in the morning or something with your scanner. I mean, but you got to do
It's
what you
not
got.
that early. It's usually about 10 a.m. But yeah, it is a grind because you gotta like deal with like fanatics jumping all over you and getting in your space, and it's just not pleasant. But sometimes the library sales will have $5 for a bag of books, like a grocery bag full of books. So which works out to be pretty cheap. And those are some of the most profitable sales. But you got to look for them. You got to find them.
Okay, well, talking. I'm back to doing. I don't know what's gonna happen with Jennifer.
Uh,
She can't do Sunday nights anymore. But in the meantime, I figure I'll keep up Week in Review going solo, and so hop in anytime.
all right,
Send
yeah, we'll talk.
send
I
me
think,
some.
yeah, I think there's much more to discuss about this business. I think I have some ideas that would work for you, but we shall see.
Okay, yeah, great. Thanks for coming in.
All right,
And,
all right. Good night, David. Nice talking to you.
okay,
All right, shalom.
so
All right.
okay, so appreciate Elliott popping in. Had an interesting conversation. I had another article on. I mean, me and Elliott talked a long time. How long? Almost over 2 hours. So thank God. Appreciate Elliott over 2 hours. So I had another article on reductionism in biology that was a little bit interesting, but because I went so long with Elliott, where I'm already over 4 hours, so I was kind of phasing out. So people in the chat, so if anyone, I'm answering in the chat like media. I always wear my yarmulke everywhere I go. I never. Occasionally when I'm in my house by myself, I take my yarmulke off. But like everywhere I go out in public, I always wear my yarmulke. I can't even think of the last time I went anywhere not wearing my yarmulke. Mark, what was the best sell in your book selling history and the name of the books? So I had this, I think it was not Arthur Miller, um, Lexus, Plexus, Nexus, that was banned for like pornography. It was one of the earlier books that was banned. And I had like a pretty early edition. I actually had 2 series of, I'm not sure if anyone in the chat, like Miller, Lexus, Plexus, Nexus. And they were like authors that included like some sexually explicit things. And it was actually banned for a period. And so this was early edition. I had 2 copies. One had the original slip covers and one didn't. So the one with the slip covers, I think I put it for $250, and the one without the slip covers, I put it for $200. And both of them, I negotiated a little, but both of them sold. So, rarely do I have to, like, I had these a few math textbooks that sold for over $100. It sold for like $100. I've collections of books, so I have like Agatha Christie that I have like a whole collection of first edition, and so they're not particularly. So I've sold like hundreds, maybe even like $1,000 worth of Agatha Christie, because like that's one of the most common printed things. So, Imperium, Francis Parker Yaki, Ludington, Michigan. Yeah, I know the name Yaki because I see him on like articles about him on Countercurrents. I occasionally read. There's some Judaica books, or like so like rarely do I get books that are that valuable. So if like Elliott has a way of getting more valuable books, so usually like I sell things in lots. So I have right now like a whole set of like Little Abner comic books that are worth like $10 each that are listed. I have some Agatha Christie, and I regularly get Agatha Christie books in some of the vintage first edition, but it's pretty rare that I get something worth over $100. I mean, you could my eBay store. If I check right now and look at the highest value, so just the screen share. I don't have really that super valuable stuff. So I have right now 23 Agatha Christie books. So they're only worth like less than $10 each, but I have it listed, and I've had these up for a while, but I regularly sell Agatha Christie, the Little Abner books. So that's like 17 books, $10 each. Here's more Agatha Christie. Blade by Jeffrey Lord. I've sold some of those. So, they're worth first printing 9 books, worth close to $10. There's like encyclopedia. So most of my stuff's not that valuable. And actually the more valuable stuff sells quicker. So I have an early, I couldn't even tell, like an early Gone with the Wind edition up for like $50. This is like one of the World War II books. CD collection, the Monterey Jazz Fest, International Pop Festival collections. But I only have like a handful of items worth over $50. I probably have a few hundred items worth over $10. So I got 72 listings. So I have like 150. I have over 150 items over $20, and here's Philip Roth, a vintage, 3 books. Even that, like $25 for 3 vintage Philip Roth. So books are not that valuable. But the here's a math book worth a little bit more. So it's on this Frank Steiner CD, $20. So more than most. So Philip Steiner Jr. Actually, I had 2 copies of it, so I had it listed for $25. Someone offered me $20, which I took, and I had 2, so I relisted another one. But usually the more valuable things sell quicker, and if you list it cheaper, so like if I get something that's worth like $100, and I look it up and I look on Amazon, and let's say the cheapest price on Amazon is like $80. If I sell it for $75, it will probably sell within the first month. So it's a question of trying to like sell it quicker or drain out a little bit more money. So if something's worth like $50, something has a range of selling from like $40 to $60. If you put it at the bottom of the range, it usually sells right away. If you put it at the higher end of the range, because like when I buy something, I just look at the price, and I usually, depending on the condition that I want it, I get the cheapest price in the best condition. So when I look at the sales, like you can see the listing prices, and if I sell it towards the bottom of the price range, it usually sells right away. If you put it towards the higher end of the price range, sometimes you could extract a little bit more money out of it, and then also like negotiating. So sometimes also you could put it at the bottom end of the price range, and people will low offer because like a lot of people, especially the bargain, they want to get the cheapest deal possible. So there's a little interest in doing it like that. Here, like you could see, these are my reviews. So you're saying the bulk of the business is selling low priced items. So here was a nonfiction book, Poking the Deck Frauds: Conversation with Today's Top Comedy Writers, $2.50, plus shipping. So my profit on this is like $1 or $2. But so like on a typical day, I'll sell multiple items that are only worth $1 or $2. And so if you're looking, and this I gave it a low offer, so I had it for sale for $2.50, and the guy, I probably sold it for $2. Another one, $2.50, I probably sold it for $2. This one I sold for $3, $6, $20. And the cross is going through because I negotiated and sold it for lower price. So $10, accepted a lower deal, $5, $4, $6, $25, $14. And these are just the people who gave reviews. But I mean, you could see that a lot of these people negotiate, and I think my average sale price is like actually like $6 or something like that. So, like, and I'm doing supplement, I do property management too. So, like I might sell, I'm making some money. Like that, you can see my sales price. I'm not like raking in. One day I sold over $200. I haven't been listing. I've been kind of lazy. I have a bunch of stuff to list. But today I made $25, and then that I still have to. That doesn't even include like the shipping or whatever. And I have some money that I haven't even taken out. So I got like $80 that I could transfer to my bank account, and I could take a more proactive approach because I actually have a whole bunch of stuff in inventory that I haven't listed yet. Like, so I'm at a low point in my business because I haven't listed any items for like a few months. And so just like a slow trickle, and then like, Elliott to having more stuff or more. So, thank God, I've been a little lazy listing items, but I'm under 1,600 items, sell a few a day. Average like $5 to $10 on items. I like books. It's good to be entrepreneurial and be active. Good for Elliott. We had a good conversation. I don't know if if there's an emerging market like a streaming. Like I got 12 viewers. I took Weekend Review solo. Like the show's not collapsing. Like I have Michael, a musician, that we're doing Judaism. Maybe we'll do some Jewish music once he learns a little better Hebrew. I'm working on my writing. Like last week I went over my monism article, and I'm still doing research. Like I'm in the middle of reading a few books on, monism still. I'm reading books on the cognitive revolution. So I'm really trying to work on my writing. Jennifer, her writing wasn't really going anywhere. We'll see if me and Jennifer go back to working with each other. Like I've been in contact with her. She's got her own deal, like, and she's on the other side of the globe in New Zealand anyways. Amy was in the chat earlier. So, like John Wolfe, Amy in Oregon. So, those videos got a few thousand views, and she even made super chats. Like Amy, made, not a whole bunch, but she probably made over $100 in super chats. So, nurture an audience, like singing, chanting. Oswald, you're in my Discord. I just got like, my Discords. I'm in the 80 people. You'll see if I break 100 people on Discord. I know like the Crucible, he's got his active. Maybe I could pay for Discord services, like Discord Nitro or something. I mean, you're in my Discord. I don't use my Discord all that much, but I'm not sure if I bought like Discord Nitro, if I do anything with it, or if I had like voice chatting. I'm not sure if like you'd hang out in my Discord and like chat with people or something like that. It would build up like more community through the Discord, like the Crucible, Politically Provoked, or Destiny, or they have active Discords with people chatting in the Discord. So I've never had a voice chat in my Discord, but I'm more just an intellectual, like a Duvid community. I'm not sure. So like I want to, like I'm reading, I want to get more into writing, and I feel like I'm making progress in my research, but I'm not even sure like what I'm going to do, if I'm going to write an article. So I want to keep Week in Review going, because I enjoy intellectual circles. I enjoy reading, thinking about things. Elliott and interesting characters. And I think Amy teaming up and like so I did that presentation that I showed the PowerPoint on the dangers of e-personality. I don't know if I'd be like, have like a stump speech, or people are going to invite Duvid as a guest. So I've been doing this a few years, and I haven't really broken out into anything. But I got the small circles, keep on working at it. Maybe nothing's going to come of it. But it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Duvid's a believer, believes in providence, and I invested in my own webpage, so I bought Duvid.com. I haven't. I wrote the recent essay on chess. We'll see what happens. I took Week in Review solo, if there's more networking. Amy, you're still there. God bless. I'll put the link to my Discord in the chat. I'm happy even to mod you. So, if you, me and Amy are having success working together, I'm happy to keep on working together in a way that makes sense. We're in a little bit different, genres, so to say. So, if you want to take a proactive approach, or like the audience, it's tough to build an audience, and it's tough. Like if you're a pander, like like I didn't go into media, kind of like, so. Think like I'm really going to grow or something. Like if Amy, you're thinking more into like actually like trying to make income. So like, I mean, you're working in super chats or something like that, and you have a bigger audience than I do. You have like a bigger viewership to try to monetize it, grow it. Or it's tough. Like sometimes like you do good work, you get good results. So it's tough to know. But yeah, I'm generally willing to work with anybody. And if the work shows results, keep on working with them. And, I don't like too much dispute or get into too much difficulties, more intellectual. And I am working hard on my research. Like I do want to write a book. I do want to start like doing articles. So like, I made that PowerPoint and presented it on Amy's channel. Hopefully next week, we'll talk about that. We could message, and maybe next Saturday night again, we'll do another stream. I think we mentioned friendship as a topic, so I could do a little research on like the philosophical, psychological history of friendship. What is the meaning of friendship? What have some of the famous religious and philosophical thinkers said about the nature of friendship, and some of the modern psychological, neurological research on friendship, to do a discussion. So if you want to do that again, we could probably do that next Saturday, if that makes sense. Same time, like 9:00 next Saturday, and I'll try to prepare an interesting presentation and see what's happening with that. If there's updates, you can do like a Jen Bailey stream or something like that, or John Wolf. I might hop on, but it's tough to keep an audience, like, like, because I'm like an entertainer, and so you just like put yourself out there and be like you start losing your audience, like Luke Ford in Hollywood or something like that, and it's tough to keep people entertained and interested, and so I'm more focusing on my research, but you have to be regular. So like week in review, so I put yourself out there with the regular time and good networking, and I'm a believer in providence. So like if it's meant to happen, it'll happen, and like so generally, I work with anybody, and like I think we're talking on Amy on her channel about track record. Usually, I go off a track record. I'll give anybody a chance. I'll even give most people a second and third chance. But if it works out well, I'll keep on doing it. If it doesn't work out well, I won't keep on doing it. And usually willing to give people second or third chances. And then like it's streaming, so a lot of people are kind of annoying. And like Claire Caw, I don't even say anything bad about Claire Caw, but saying like Claire Caw has been messaging me for years, and like I work together with Claire Caw. I'm not sure it's produced some results. So I believe in providence. If Claire keeps on messaging me, like I'll keep on working together with her. Norvin, I did that stream with Norvin. I'm still working together with Norvin. So like generally, like I have basically spoken with every single person who's ever reached out for me, and because I'm an ideologue, so every single person who's requested to speak to me, I've said yes. I try to avoid conflict, negative energy, or bad karma, certain things. But basically, like a person that like within the terms of service, and even offline, like Discord, even out. So like basically, I speak to anybody who wants to speak to me. And then there's like, well, yeah, of course, like I'd like to be famous and rich, and getting super chats and invited to speak to famous people. But I also believe in providence. And there's also like I want to talk about the topics that are interested to me. So like I'm not really in this to be famous. I'm in this to find people that are interested in the same things I'm interested in, but I have a wide array of interest that may not overlap. Like Judaism, psychology, consciousness, philosophy of science, and engineering conferences. There's more engineering conferences coming up. I like doing those, and so I'll compartmentalize, and I'd say like I put all my stuff on my same channel, and like no one's going to be interested in everything I'm interested in. Very rarely is a person interested in more than like 2 or 3 things that I'm interested in, and most people are only have one common interest. But that's enough. One common interest is enough to work together. Duvid International, coast to coast, streaming. Luke Ford today. In L.A., Amy in Oregon, John Wolf in Louisiana. I haven't. Charles Moskowitz just wrote his book. I saw Charles Moskowitz was on Cozy TV with E. Michael Jones. But for like over a year every week with Charles Moskowitz in Boston, so it's kind of cool, coast to coast. I didn't even mention it. Like people, I don't know if you found like this Ashley, not your everyday Ashley XOXO, like playing with fire with Alex, like this dating manosphere channel. So like in the periphery, like Ben Thorpe, so like I've had like a few interactions with some like minor characters. I was on the stream with this woman, Ashley, who's actually in Florida, and then her channel got struck down. And she was like a periphery of this guy, Alex, playing with fire, manosphere stuff. And they do like speed dating. She was one of the girls who was doing like speed dating. But I was having interesting conversations with her, but her channels got taken down, like Ben Thorpe, Grace Thorpe. They were on Radical Coder, who was on Modern Day Debate. Ashley was also on Modern Day Debate, but her channels got taken down. But I've been talking with her, the Thorpes. So a lot of these are like micro streamers that they're up there now. Like Ben Thorpe almost at 1,000 subs, John Wolf almost at 1,000 subs. So we'll see, what's happening, and but yeah, it's good to oh, you do know Street Maxer, Media Hit Street Maxer. So yeah, I saw like Ben Noack. Like I was on Ashley, and like I saw names like Ben Noack. I haven't seen him in my channel, and like I know in my Discord, like Ben Thorpe, like Hormaxer, Street Maxer. I guess he's one of like online pickup artists that like try being like a pickup artistry online. And so like it's a different genre. Even like the Jen Bailey, um, that's not really like pickup artistry, but there's a lot, big thing like pickup artistry. And like even like Ben Thorpe started as like a Catholic theology, but like somehow now he's in pickup artistry. Or like Ashley, one of the women in the like for the speed dating. Um, it's tough to Providence. Like I just resigned to Providence. Like I think about it like I'm logical, and like like I'm not a star. I'm more a geek intellectual. I'm an INTP, but I believe in Providence. So if it's meant to be, I'm not really like putting myself out there like in connecting. There's a few intellectuals I would like to speak with, but I haven't really pulled myself together. I tried to reach out to Kane B, the guy who makes these videos on philosophy and the science of philosophy. I tweeted at him. He did not reply. I don't know if he looks at his Twitter. I know Oswald offered to try to hook me up with a few people, but yeah, I'm not so sure. Like, you read books or just like have a conversation. So I got to think like, sensical. But if anyone has someone to talk to, but like I don't think I'm gonna like blow up or become anything big. So I just keep on doing my research and meeting interesting people and see what happens. Although, I thought the Michael thing was really interesting that this, Michael guy contacted me, he's converting to Judaism. So I think I'm going to be on, I think I'll book him for Adam Green. Luke Ford was pretty interested too. Luke Ford enjoyed talking with him. So I'm happy to work together with Michael, and he could come to my house and talk to, I'll book him and Luke Ford. I think it'll be an interesting program if I got Michael on Adam Green, just to be like, like this dude used to watch Adam Green and he took the side of the Jews. He converted to Judaism. Now he's a Jew. So I think that might be an interesting Adam Green show, but you have to see, like, that's up to Michael. But like I told him I'd book him. I actually called Adam Green. Like I have his phone number. We talk sometimes. So when Michael met me and he was talking to me, and it was interesting because I was like, well, how'd you come onto my programming? And like, I figured like he's, a convert to Judaism. He was talking about Judaism. So I figured like he probably, who knows how, like I do a lot of content. He was like, Adam Green. I used to watch Adam Green. And so like I called Adam Green. I was like, just I thought that was interesting karma. I was like, Adam, this guy used to watch you and now he's a Jew. And so Adam said he'd book him, and maybe sometime in the next few weeks. So that should be interesting. Yeah, I don't know, like Ryan Dawson. He was supposed to come on, Paul, who was in the chat at the beginning, like messaged him, and he was supposed to come on Charles Moskowitz, but something fell apart. And then I actually helped book, like I hooked up Brittany of Politically Provoked with Ryan Dawson, and I was actually in Ryan Dawson's chat on like Odyssey, and he spoke, and Dawson said he was familiar with me, or his mod did, and that he was supposed to talk with Moskowitz, but somehow it didn't work out. And I actually hooked him up with Brittany from Politically Provoked. And now, I may not be the only one, but I gave Brittany his contact information. I mentioned Politically Provoked in his chat on Odyssey, and he eventually got on Politically Provoked. And now he's on Cozy TV. So now Ryan Dawson is on Cozy TV. But I would talk to Dawson, and but I mean, it's too dangerous. I'm not going to have Dawson on my YouTube channel. I get like a strike. But I mean, if he wanted to have me as a guest, I would talk to him. But like, no, it's too dangerous to have him on my YouTube channel. I get a strike. I'm not even sure the purpose. Like, what he's going to like. If we would have some sort of productive conversation, it was just going to like repeat all his research about, conspiracy theories, Epstein, 9/11 or something like that. Or if we could have some sort of productive conversation. And if we debated, like, I don't know if like, I don't even know who's doing debates. Like, I mean, he's got his own channel. So like if Ryan Dawson wanted to do a debate and, be on like Politically Provoked or Ralph Retort, I'm not connected with like that. So it would have to be on his end. He would have to reach out to me because my channel's too small. And I I would put my YouTube and channel in risk. Like, I would, possibly get a strike and have my channel taken down. So it's unlikely. I'm not reaching out to any controversial figures on my YouTube channel, or like no JQ stuff. I don't plan on. Norvin. So I mentioned Norvin has his blood sports channel. He's trying to do debates. So like if Ryan Dawson wanted to do like a debate on Norvin's blood sports channel or something, I would do it, but I'm not going to organize that myself. So if other people, but that's not the direction I'm going. Like if it comes, I would talk to anybody, but I don't think it makes sense. Michael Jones or like Cozy TV. I would like debate people on Cozy TV, like even the Crucible and like Andrew. He would like, I don't call him like too unfriendly, too confrontational. So I don't think it pays to. I mean, like if Andrew reached out to me, like I would probably do it. Like if Andrew, like reached out to me and like told me he wanted me to come on his channel to do a debate, I would probably do it. But I'm not going to reach out to him, and I'm not even sure it'd be productive because like they're pretty confrontational, and it doesn't pay. There's no value proposition in it for me, especially to put myself forward to do it. Even though I might get a few more subs, I don't think it's going to be positive. And so even like Amy, I think that like those streams have been pretty positive. Like like even are we talking like Jen Bailey or whatever, like, but like to me to appear on like a largely counter-Semitic channel where most of the viewers are counter-Semitic, there's so little value proposition that I don't think I'd do it. But if someone asked me to do, I probably would. But like no chance I'm going to put myself forward to do it. I never even heard of Brendan O'Connell. It's like the names, and so we'll see. Like Modern Day Debate had their debate con yesterday. I don't even know how that went. Modern Day Debate's kind of like, I would rather like Joanna. So thinking like Joanna, like to book her on Modern Day Debate. So I was just like, let's just do it on my channel. So I would do debates like, so I like if Joanna, like Wednesday, if the evolution thing, if it's up, like I will do that Wednesday. I'll debate evolution. I would debate like intellectual topics like Christianity, historical Jesus. I would really debate anything, but I don't want to get too involved in stuff that's going to put my YouTube channel at risk of getting strikes. But like, in terms of like trying to book on Modern Day Debate, I might as well, like look at Andrew in the Crucible. He's already got 10,000 subs. And so I don't know if there's too much of a benefit to trying to like get on Modern Day Debate. Probably better off just trying to book. Although, I kind of thinking of trying to get on Playing with Fire. If anyone in the chat watching that with Alex, because like it looks like he's Jewish, like Russian, Israeli, and he does pickup artistry or dating coaching. And I'm not really into like the dating or pickup artistry, but I am into the psychology of relations. So it'd be interesting if I could pop in and have a conversation with Alex from Playing with Fire about human nature and psychology. Actually, I'm not a pickup artist myself, but like at the like party promotion, and like I lived in Manhattan, I went to nightclubs, and I know quite a bit about the subject, even from a psychological perspective. So like I was thinking maybe to pop on sometime to like a Playing with Fire stream, but I think he only has the open panels on Friday nights or whatever. But that's possible that would pop on, and like that might be an interesting psychological conversation. Like Ben Thorpe and Ashley, I've spoken to quite a few of the people that are regularly on his channel. So it's tough to know, like see what's going on. And there's new circles. Like I never heard of Amy till 2 weeks ago, and she's got a whole network of interesting people. So there's the big world out there. So largely I go with Providence. That's my style. Like to just resign to Providence. So see what happens. Okay, yeah, you could put in the Discord, and if it's interesting, but like I don't think like when I'm going to make money or just speak to people that I'm not seeing that happening. That I'm just going to like so you have to go with some sort of providence or karma. That's something that makes sense. And as of now, like I'm really not reaching out to talk to anybody. I'm more focusing on my research. But at the same time, like, I'm happy to work together with anybody if it makes sense, or talk to anybody. Okay, so God bless. Thanks for tuning in. And Wednesday, 4 o'clock, tentatively, is the evolution debate on my channel. Although she wasn't 100% sure that she would be able to, that she might have to postpone it. So if that does get postponed, there's no engineering conferences this week. The next week, the week after this one, there's the Ceramics Expo. And then after that, there's a Small Business Expo. And then there's the Automate Conference and Steel Conference. So it's engineering conference season coming up. So like every week or two is going to be engineering conferences. So, exciting for some IRL streaming. It's possible, Michael, we will stream again, maybe this week or next week, but it's possible, or Luke Ford, if Michael wants to talk with Luke Ford, I will host that from my house. So, just stay tuned. And, if that programming, works out, and I might go back maybe this week, probably not. I might do another philosophy of science that will just be like a long stream of me reading, these encyclopedia entries on the philosophy of science. So I might do another one of those. So have a great night and a great week, and God bless.